not work? Have I been live even this whole time? I think I forgot to hit one last button, and I think I've been streaming for like an hour to nobody. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. Well. Oh, hello. You got out, huh? Yeah, I don't hit nearly as hard when you're not in the trap. Oh, you still have that marker on you? Oops. Yeah, well, I thought you guys were all watching some of the other people who were streaming or something. But no, it's me being stupid. Been a minute since I streamed. Okay, I can get it in a trap again. Nice. Okay. These things are pretty dang useful. I mean, I tamed a Burrowbuck. We've been trying out its abilities, all kinds of stuff. You know what? Screw this. And I've been going in and out of GCM because this is not a map where I'm playing in survival. And I even started out by showing off my Skyrim Dragonreach castle build that I put in like 12 hours on since last time I showed it on stream. And oh my gosh, that was loud. That was very, very loud. Hey, Purple, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. 26 months. That's totally insane, dude. Thank you very much for the support. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay. Little trick for leveling yourself up if you're in GCM, but you're too lazy to look up how to give yourself XP. Just look up Tech Behemoth Gates. And just sit here and craft a whole bunch of Tech Behemoth Gates. Pretty much one stack of them gives you a level until you get pretty high up there. And then it might take a couple of stacks to give you another level. But anyway, yeah. With the workarounds that we find because we're lazy. Okay, I could also try Tech Replicator does a lot as well. What gives you the most XP when you craft it? The Behemoth Gates are nice because they stack, so you're crafting 20 at once essentially. So that's why those work so well. Well, 12 levels. I don't think that's quite enough, but nope, still not level 70. We need a few more levels. Drop all of these. Okay. Slows down a bit as you get going there. Here, we'll just craft 100. Anyway, hello and welcome. Since you didn't hear me before, welcome Zant, welcome Bobro, hey Amelie, hey Hayabusa Orovina, Hayabusa Orlovina. Welcome, welcome, and hello. Welcome on in, everybody. Make yourselves comfy. In fact, I'm going to take my sweatshirt off. It's getting warm in here next to my beastly computer. Okay. This should be enough. Okay. We're listening to the Skyrim soundtrack also, which, you know what? I'm going to start it over again. Because it's all good, and you guys missed the first part. There. It's not in order except for the first song, but I mean the first song's got to be the first song, so I dragged that one to the start of the playlist, even if I couldn't put all of them in order. Okay, that's better. Now of course the drop's gone, but next time we will be ready. Now we were gonna try to put a gate over here. see how that works. And yes, no, not entrance, gateway, that's what we need. And C. So you press X to cycle through the special abilities and then C to execute them. And then I have to actually get off. Oh, that... How is music? How is everything sounding? Let me know if anything is echoey or doubled or too loud or too quiet. I definitely want to know. Hayabusa, if it's easier for you. Okie doke. That works for me. Okay, now I gotta come up to this and set the location it is connected to. Okay, there's 2 of them over in that general area. Can I... And I can rename them as well. Here, actually, let's rename this one. So these persist, apparently. We'll name this one Red Drop, and then I'll know what it is. Does it show a health? 50,000 health. So it's essentially a teleport, is what it is. Ooh, that's a pretty dimorph. All right, if you're up close by, oh no, we still need to set the location. Okay, Burrow 2. We'll just pick one of these. I don't know which is which because I didn't rename those ones. Set, and you can set default destinations so you don't have to pair them every time. Huh. Cool. Now, is it going to bring the bunny along with me? It did. It didn't before when the bunny was a little further away. But as long as it's like right next to me, it brings it. Nice. Okay. Now these things are super fun though and crazy. I love that they can triple jump. Woo. And I'm still learning how to get around on them. But they're like... Basically, as far as a land travel mount, a non-flyer, my previous favorite was the Thyla. I think most people's was. This, as far as just for travel, I think this thing could supplant the Thyla. It doesn't climb, but that triple jump would serve the same purpose a lot of the time, I think. Okay, let's look at the map here and see if I can find a male. And then we could try taming one of those. So I have not tried to tame a male yet. Seems like most of what I'm seeing are females though. Why is it like not showing me males? It's clear. And I don't need to see my deaths, thank you. And okay. Now, Burrowbuck, it doesn't show like separate genders. Now show me. Select, show me. Okay. Burrowdoe, Burrowbuck. Burrowdoe, Burrowbuck. There, Burrowbuck. Okay, so this one is going to have to be a male then, I guess. And yeah, I think there's a 130 over here. It does have a baby nearby, but we will select that one and try to go find it. Okay. And they don't take fall damage either, even when I'm not in GCM. At least I don't think they do. I should get out of GCM again so we can test stuff better. Oh, I think I have to get out of the saddle to do that. You know what? If you're going to be annoying, you know what we're going to do? Aha, now you're trapped. And earlier on in the stream, I showed that you can trap an aloe, you can trap a fairy, you can't trap creatures as big as like a Rex, but apparently there is an exploit. I've not tested it myself, but I've heard from others, You can trap a Karchar. That's probably going to be patched out since you can't trap any other large creatures. But for now, at least, you can trap a Karcha. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. And they take additional damage in the traps. And the wild bunnies dig traps all over the place too. And if a wild creature wanders into a wild bunny's trap, you can knock it out in there. You can use the wild bunny's trap to your advantage. Okay, now let's get out of the saddle, get out of GCM. Oh, I'm glad the music is epic. Awesome. All right, well, I guess this is the way to test if it takes fall damage or not. If it takes fall damage, it's gonna take fall damage, that's for sure. Nope, no fall damage. I'm guessing it's immune. That's awesome. That definitely makes it more fun also as a travel mount. Oh, that one's kind of dead end. Let's try to get up somehow here. Ah, I thought I was up. I was not. See, with some practice, I could see how this could be as useful as a Thyla climb. We turn, please. Turn radius. Okay. There. All right. But yeah, I mean, with all the creatures that have been added to Ark since the original ones, since the Redwoods at least, since the Thyla was added, none of the others have been as fun to ride as a travel creature as the Thyla. Until now. Thyla is still going to be better if you want to actually, like, do a meat run or whatever, of course. But it's nice to have some alternatives. Okay, up, up, up you go! Okay. Up, 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 keep going, up! Come on, buddy, get... Here is a bit of a learning curve, though. I may end up, just for the sake of time, hopping off and just flying over there. If we can't get up. Overhangs are rough. Just like they always have been on Thylas, too. Up, 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 get up, get up, get up, get up. No. Almost had it. Okay. It's actually a halfway decent swimmer for a land critter. Can't jump out of the water, though. Okay, let's go try to tame another one. It does seem... Well, this one was a 145 when I tamed it. It wasn't 100% tame, though, because I did tame it legit, and I spooked it accidentally a couple of times. But it is a high-level one. 217. Alright, let's put you in my pocket for now. Yep. What all are you carrying? Oh, we're going to drop these berries. And apparently, they are a passive tame. And you can passive tame them with just berries. So they are feasible as an early game tame. If you can find one close to an early game spawn location. The saddle doesn't unlock until level 33, though. But hey, that's still earlier. That's earlier than a Pteranodon saddle. I think that's 38 or something. Okay, now. There it is. All right, let's see if we can get this thing. Oh, there's another one. 120 male. Let's try for the 130. Okay, so you don't want it to see you until you're crouched. They're a little like the Veil women that way. I got myself killed by one a couple of times earlier on. You do have to crouch. You don't have to be wearing ghillie, though. Oh no, it's being attacked by a raptor. Here, thought I had a sniper rifle on me. Oh, that's right. I put it in my RG's inventory, and then I picked up the RG and forgot to pick it up. So, oh well. Has it killed the raptor yet? Normally, I would go for that Equus. That's a very, very pretty Equus. But we are staying focused today. We are staying focused like a laser beam. Hey. Make sure things are working here. Are you still fighting? Oh, he's trying to get the baby bunny. What a big meanie. All right. It fell off the waterfall. Okay, good. Hello. What is... I think that's down below. Don't jump down there, okay? Sounds like there's... No, that's an aloe. Hey, hello. I'm just trying to feed you. Oh, look how cute. Look how cute. Okay, so not while in water. Maybe because not actually crouched in water. That could be. No, get out of the water. Barely avoided getting stuck in your trap. What are you aggroing on, running so fast? Good thing the babies go fast too to keep up with them. Are you gonna try to kill me? Got killed by a couple of times by the other ones. That's an unfortunate parasaur. Or fortunate, depending on how you look at it. The aloe's not gonna get it. Where did it go? Jeez, are you kidding me? Yeah, if you're trying to tame these, you probably should have a good travel creature to start with. Or hope that you're somewhere pretty flat. Well, hello there, Mr. 65 Burrowbuck. You are pretty though. I like that blue. Can you come a little closer? I got a treat for you. You got a baby too. All right, and then it pops into there. What is the symbol there over the dodeck? Does that mean it's got two babies or something? I've never seen that before. Okay, so that 65 dodeck is over there. Hey, Arc Monster, welcome, welcome. Yeah, long time no see. All right, come here, bunny. You're not the 130, but, you know, you'll do. All right, now where are you going to pop out? Yeah, and I noticed if you're taming more than one, it doesn't tell you which is which on the little thing. I only know that one's the higher level one because I had already seen the 165 one. Now where the heck? Okay. All right, I'm crouched. I'm crouched. I'm guessing that was probably the original plan, Zant, for it to release on Easter, but it probably wasn't ready. Whoa, it had a prompt to access Burrow. What? For a second there, did you see that? You saw like a little ghost of it jumping away. No, crouch, crouch. There's that 130. Just being so shy. Ah, well, it'll be a good creature no matter what time of year it releases. I mean, even if that was the original plan. Oh, does it come looking for more? Seems like maybe it does. Both times it was kind of hopping toward me. Now, aren't you a handsome gentleman? Look at this guy. He is very impressive. Okay, well, let's get you a saddle. Anyway, if they had released it around Easter... No! No, I do not want a bunny battle on my hands. I just tamed that thing, and I don't want to lose it. Oh, you do not forgive and forget, do you? Okay. Well. Can I make that go away? I think that is with your Dino Hunter. There, clear. Okay. Anyway, if they had released it around Easter, it might be associated with Easter in a way that would make it feel weird the rest of the year, you know? Kind of like if there were random reindeer with red noses running around the map all year round. That might feel a little weird. So it could be for the best. Because bunnies are awesome all year round. Hey Al, welcome! Welcome on in. Here just to drop a like, stay away from spoilers. I got it. You know what? Here, Al, I will hold off on writing this for a second. No spoilers if you're still here. I want to show off my Skyrim castle, though. I was streaming accidentally to nobody for like an hour, so you guys all missed that. And so I will go and show it off right now so that Al can have a look before he has to jet. And weather. Let's fix that. There, this is such a beautiful map when it's actually nice out. Okay. Go over here so that we can go up to the castle more slowly. Let it render in. So I've put in probably about 12 hours on this build since the last stream I did. So all off stream, I put in a ton of work. It's not finished, but I wanted to show y'all the progress I've made so far. So here she is. Here is Dragonreach from Skyrim in art. The inside is not finished at all. I'm working on the exterior first. And I have a ghost tree that keeps coming back. I've been experimenting with different skins and paint colors to try to get it to look like the original as close as possible. This here actually is from the original. There was a broken spot at the bottom of that particular archway. I have studied so many pictures from so many different angles to try to get this just right, like down. And there's some things that can't be 100% accurate because some of the dimensions aren't, like some of the proportions in arc. The roofs of the dang thing are in between the angle of a regular roof and a steep roof. It's in between the two. And so I don't have a roof that's the exact right angle, but these are the ASR steep roofs because those I felt looked the best. And yeah, here is the archway that we were working on. We've got our little pools underneath here, which of course are cosmetic only. And I'm going to fill this in, make it look a lot better with stuff from vegetation planters, boulders and plants and stuff. So this is just the rough foundation. But I was so happy that I found in CKF has big round windows, because there's some windows on Dragonreach that are big and round like that. I used at least 6 different cosmetic sets. It took so much experimentation with like paint colors and different textures and stuff to get something I was happy with. So like this here, it might look like just stone, but this here is some of the stone from Elven Structures, and this here is the stone from the new Gothic Craft by Aaron Longstaff and Crazy Respawn. And then I did have to paint those to try to get them to match as well. I have the colors written down somewhere, but I think this is like slate or something. Anyway, it's one of the shades of gray to get it to match. And I tried so many different shades on the roofs as well to get just the right shade of light brownish, greenish, yellow. Yeah, almost every cosmetic you see is painted as well to make them match, because like these steep sloped walls, those don't exist in the base game. Those are an ASR thing to go with the steep roofs. So I can't put any kind of skins on those. So I had to try to paint them to get them to match with some of the skinned walls. So all this detail takes a lot of work. And why is the lighting going all weird on me? That's better. Wish you could do that sometimes in real life. Of course, it occurred to me while building it that there's some things about this that would be very impractical. Like, why the heck would you put a window behind a tower that's blocking the view from that window? But I don't know, maybe the window is more for light, to let light in. And then this nice rounded porch back here. I wasn't sure I liked how it ended up clipping into the terrain. I didn't think it was going to clip in that much, but I would have to move the whole castle in order to fix that. And so I decided that I'm going to live with it probably instead. Another option is I could bring the whole thing in a little bit, basically get rid of this strip on this one side here with the stairs, but then I would have to rebuild all of this and all of its supporting structure and detail underneath too. So I'm not sure. I still might end up doing that. We'll see how much it bugs me. I try not to be a perfectionist. Sometimes the mistakes in things can end up, in my opinion, making it better, because they can make it look more organic, more real, and more whimsical. That's what makes something whimsical. If it looks too perfect, then it will never look whimsical. And so I try to embrace imperfection where I can, but if it bugs me too much, I may end up fixing it. Skyrim belongs to the cats. Yeah, I love the Khajiit as well. I usually play either as a Khajiit or sometimes as a wood elf. Because I know that it's become a meme, but Skyrim is just so fun as a sniper stealth archer. It just is, okay? It's just fun to play it like that. And so, yes, I usually play Skyrim if I'm going to play it, which I haven't in like a decade, but I've always played it as a stealth archer. So anyway, yeah, that's that build. And I can't wait to get it all done. So where I can like show off the interior as well. There's my ghost tree. And I had to build up the superstructure, like the ground underneath as well. Because, yeah. Because there's dungeons under the castle. And so I had to leave space to be able to create those as well. So yeah, we got lots of space, that's for sure. And I'm going to try to do the layout on the inside. My plan at this point is to try to do the layout exactly like it is in the game, and then try to make it look like an Ark base. So try to move in the Ark crafting stations and stuff where they would kind of make sense so that it really feels like a mashup of Skyrim and Ark. So like the kitchen is off to this side of like the, what's it called? Audience hall or whatever. The kitchen is off to this side, so I'll put the cooking equipment and food storage and stuff like that in there. I will use modded stuff probably because, you know, I want it to look good in there. I want it to fit. So I'll probably use food storage and cooking stuff from various different mods like castles, keeps, and forts, possibly from Klinger additional rustic structures, whatever I can find, some things that have cosmetics. Whatever works together to create the right look is what I'm going to end up using. But I do want it to also feel like it could be a working Ark base as well. Zant says Skyrim belongs to the orcs. Oh, I missed the beginning of the discussion. Hayabusa says Skyrim belongs to the Nords. Zant says Skyrim belongs to the Argonians. Hayabusa says Skyrim belongs to the cats, so Zant says Skyrim belongs to the orcs. I think Skyrim belongs to everyone at this point. Well, this was a fun little happy accident. This is what I discovered when I meshed together a sloped wall with a regular wall, and I had the Elven Structures decorative cosmetic on the sloped wall. I really liked how it showed through just a little bit like that. Makes it look like it's carved or something. So anyway, that is that. And now we're going to show off the bunny's abilities a little bit more. And then we're going to go check out the spooder, which I'm arachnophobic. I don't love spooders. But, you know, it kind of needs to be done. I want to know what I'm going to be facing next time I go into a cave in Ark. Skyrim belongs to the Dwemer. Well, if the Dwemer want it, they should have stayed and kept it then. The Dwemer abandoned the place and disappeared to God knows where. I wonder if the Elder Scrolls is ever going to solve that mystery. Oh, look, we have Stonehenge right down here too. This is pretty cool. And there is a sacrificed critter in the middle. What? Oh, it's a fish. It's a fish. Okay, so I wanted to see if the antlers on the male could hit harder or do anything different. Doesn't seem to have. I was wondering if it would have like a lot of knockback, kind of like a like the bison or something, but it doesn't seem like it. No, not really. Oh, let's see if the gateway thing. Let's do a gateway over here. Oh, hello, Perlovia. Let's actually dig a trap for you. Hey, you missed it. There. The Elder Scrolls Online, there's a little about Dwimmers. Okay. Yeah, I played the Elder Scrolls Online a little bit when it first came out, but I haven't touched it in years. Like very, very, very long time. Okay, so the gateways appear to be specific to the bunny, because this one is not showing any of the other ones' gateways. That's interesting. Do I see any of the other ones? Oh, okay, looks like I can see the other ones to match them up. Or to teleport, but I don't want to leave you behind, so I'm not going to do that right now. But I'm curious, okay, so this is limited. They can only dig a certain number each, so they can have up to 6 per bunny. But does this one, even after being cryo, does it still show trap 2 of 4? So I guess the traps that it had still count. Yep, and the gateways still count. Okay, so they are hard-coded to the critter, and each can only have 6 per map. Pretty cool. All right, well, I think that's probably enough testing for now. I know that these things are going to be a lot more thoroughly tested by others, and that's not really my area of speciality. I'm just curious, you know, wanted to check them out. I'm not going to try to be Rasclark or whoever and be the first to get a video out, because you know what? I do not have that man's energy level. I am not going to try to compete with Rasclark. So I'm going to carve my own niche. So let's look up the Araneo. Okay, so there's 12 aberrant ones on the map and 180 regular ones. Jeez, that is insane. Probably all in caves, right? Yeah, they're all clustered in caves. Well, we know what cave to stay away from. That's insane. This one has a ton of them too. Looks like they're all high level as well. Well, this is the closest. Let's see if we can find it. Let's stop and pick up the drop. I'm always curious. Like, I want to know what's going to be in the drop, even though I'm in creative mode and I don't need anything. I'm just curious. Like, oh, okay. Like, it's Schrodinger's loot. You never know what it's going to be if you don't stop and look at it. It could have been terrible loot or it could be awesome loot. Oh, look, there's a bunny right there. Just trap a terror bird. Oh, and check this out. If the bunny traps something, you can knock it out. even though it's a wild bunny that you don't own. I do like this fabricated crossbow. I never tried it before. Jeez, what level are you? And sleeping. Oh, it's only a level 50. Huh. Okay, then it's tameable. I'm not going to tame it, but so I'm not blocked from taming it or anything like that. Anyway, I could see that being very handy. Just being able to use the bunny burrows. Okay, now where is this cave entrance? I do not know where all the caves are on Belguero. I have not done a proper full playthrough of this map ever. I've played a little bit on it in survival in ASE and a tiny bit on it in ASA when it first came out, but for the most part, building and making tutorials doesn't leave me a lot of time for playing the game in survival. Okay, this looks cool. I do love the survival game though. Okay. And I am not getting out of creative mode because I am creeped out by spiders. Okay, this is cool. You know what? Do I have a baby raptor, an RG, and the bunnies? That's all I got. All right, we'll try. We'll see if the bunny's any good in a cave. And here. You get him! I didn't want to risk my armor. Okay. Can we dig a gateway in here? I'm just... Oh, look at them hanging from the ceiling. Oh, yuck. Ew, yuck, 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 yuck. Can they be trapped? I can dig a gateway. Wait, no, that's not a gateway. The invisibility doesn't seem to work on the Araneos. Crap. Wait! See! I can't dig a trap in the cave. It won't let me. Yeah, these are not acceptable. This is not a good caving mount. Not if I can't use the abilities. Oh, geez. And look at the level. The Titanoboa is level 270. The only reason this bunny isn't dying is because I'm in creative mode. Okay, let's go get a proper caving mount. Okay. We will get a custom made one. Make ourselves a bespoke thyla. That looked like a good cave for a thyla. We'll get a saddle. No, just one, thank you. I don't need 67 of them. And the Arthiacolio is already in the game's coding, but the coloring isn't in. I tried spawning it in, and yeah, it basically looks like this. It looks kind of dumb, like broken texture and just solid black texture. So yeah, not great. So, but we can make it colors. We can make it fun colors. So let's see. Let's go for... let's go for like some nice cyan, and let's do like dark purple stripes on its back. I thought that was, maybe this is the one that's the back stripes. Yeah, that's the one, I think. Yeah, actually, let's do actual black for that one. A little bit darker, and then I think only these three regions are really showing. Let's see, how would that look? It's not bad. let's keep it simple though. Let's do a white belly. Ooh, yeah, I like that contrast. That is nice. Okay, so this will be a very high level one, and his pain, yes. Oh, and I still have it in there that its name is Jack. I'm not going to change that. I was spawning in something else named Jack. I can rename it if I want to. But there, he's a good-looking Thyla. All right, now let's go take a look at these new spiders. I feel a lot better about... Can I get in there, please? Can I? Okay, I feel a lot better about facing them on a Thyla. Still, though, like, can I shoot them down from up there? Okay, that worked. I'd rather they face me on the ground. Caves are gonna be crazy from now on. That's for sure. I am not gonna tame a spider the normal way. I'm just not gonna do that. They're just a knockout tame, you know, just knock them out. Not rocket science. Ooh, I do not like the whole spiders dropping down on you from the ceiling thing. That's one thing I don't like about Skyrim. I always got so badly jump scared by the spiders. Ooh, no. You like... Oh, dismiss that later. Okay, yeah, one shot does seem to knock it down. It might be different in the Broodmother arena from what Mystic was testing. She tried shooting the Broodmother minion ones that were hanging. And they did not come down, but that may be specific to that arena. Wow, this is a pretty cool cave. And spiders dropping from the ceiling. For those of you who are sticking around, so just to let you know what is planned for the rest of the stream, after this, I'm actually going to be transferring over... You know what? I should head out, in fact. Because we're not here to do a cave. We got to experience them in their natural habitat, which was what I wanted to do, because that's how some of us are most likely to experience them. And then I'm going to spawn one in and try out its abilities. And then we're going to transfer to an event server I'm working on. I have another event coming up. I don't think I had anything in its inventory. Okay. I've got another event coming up for Nitrado on June 2nd, and it's going to be a PvP event. And so I'm putting together a bunch of PvP arenas and challenges and fun stuff. We've got an awesome list of guests lined up for that event. And I'm going to be working on a build. The event is not about fancy builds, and so there will not be a lot of crazy builds at this event. But we do need an area for the streams to start, kind of a welcome area. And so the map is Scorched Reborn. We're going to be using the brand new Scorched Reborn map. And I'm going to build a pyramid. So I'm excited. I have never actually built a pyramid before. So that should be fun. this is so cool. I've always loved this. Look at this red tree in here. I want to build something here. All these pretty spots. See, this is one of the reasons why I never build on flat ground. It's so boring when there's so many beautiful sites like this, where the site itself can kind of interact with the build and just become part of it, and where it can look kind of organic, like it grew out of the terrain and it uniquely fits that specific spot. That's how I like to build. Even though it would probably be smarter for YouTube to build on flat ground, because then, you know, for tutorials, people can build it anywhere on any map if they follow along, but I just can't make myself do that. This one, of course, this is not a tutorial. This is not going to be a tutorial. It's way too complicated. I did record all the building so far, but I don't know how much of it I'm going to be using in any kind of an edited video. I may end up just doing a showcase after it's done. And I'm planning on doing some decorating streams and stuff too, probably. But it's just, it's too complicated to do it, and it's too big. Like the video would be like 8 hours long. There's just no way. All right, let's spawn in a spooder. Okay, nope. I have to look up spider. And we'll grab a saddle, not colored. Okay, should we get a regular one or should we get a there's an aberrant one, right? I think there's an aberrant one as well. Yeah, there is. We saw it on the map earlier. Might end up spawning one of each. But let's just check one of these for now, and we'll make it a 150. As if it was a, or 140, that's fine. Come on now. There, 145. And we're gonna say it's tamed, but we're gonna give it randomized stats. So nothing crazy. And let's change the colors. Ooh, I actually like that. That's pretty cool. I like the colors. I don't like the spider. It still has way too many legs and it just looks wrong and gross. But it is cool colors at least. Spiders still make me deeply uncomfortable. And if I get startled by them in close quarters, I still will, I won't be able to stop myself from just screaming and being startled. But according to some people's definitions, I've kind of cured myself of arachnophobia in that, I mean, I've had to live around spiders, you know. I can squish my own spiders if I have to. I don't like it. If they startle me, I will be on edge the rest of the day in case a hair drops on my neck, whatever. I still, like, they just, it's hard to describe the feeling. It's like an intense revulsion, like a cross between scared and also horrified, like it's disgusting and like it's like very, very uncanny valley, like it's just wrong somehow. It's hard to describe the feeling that spiders give me. But they actually can make me like a little nauseous, but I can force myself to be around them if I have to, because I'm a survivor. And, you know, you do what you have to do. All right, let's do this thing. All right, there it is. And, you know, I was able to actually tame and ride the ones that were in the Kraken's Better Dinos mod in ASE, and I actually liked them as a travel mount, the modded ones, because they were actually fun to ride, and because if you're in first person, at least you aren't really looking at it that much when you're riding it. So we'll see if this is similar. Yeah. That's what I've heard. The spider's a knockout tame. Oh, you don't like snakes, Hayabusa? Oh, that sucks. Zay Jones, the spiders are a free upgrade. They are a free TLC that the community voted for last year. The donations that people gave for the Extra Life charity unlocked a certain number of paid TLCs, and the community got to vote on which creatures should get those, and the Araneo was the first creature chosen. So that is totally free. And now all spiders, well, all Araneos in the game will now be this new kind. The old ones are gone. If you have tamed ones in your base, they will now be this kind of spider. They will not be the old ones anymore that were basically useless. The Burrowbuck, however, is a paid creature. That is for the new Fantastic Tames. The previous Fantastic Tames was the Pyromane and the Dreadmare, and those were $5 each. They're doing something different for this season. They're doing a season pass where it's $10 and you'll get a total of 3 different creatures that are unique and all look very powerful and very interesting. So you pay $10 to unlock it now, and it may go on sale later. Usually they do. Like if you don't have Bob's Tall Tales yet, now is the time to get it. It is on sale right now on Steam, and it's like $10 or something. It's really cheap. But there's everything else in ARC other than this new DLC that just dropped, the Fantastic Tames Season 1, whatever. Everything else is on sale. Even ASE and all of its expansions are on sale right now. So yeah, it's a great time to get any DLCs or maps or whatever that you don't have yet. Astraeus, well worth it as well. But yes, the Burrowbuck, the bunny, is paid. Okay. Oh yeah, the walking feels more realistic somehow, which is worse to me. Yeah, okay, and that's the sprint. It holds its legs up like that. And it does have a jump. Nice. Okay. That's the slow walk. Okay, now it's got different modes here. Melee, web shot. I would have to... Okay, hold right click and then do left click to shoot. Okay, cool. And apparently if I hold down R, I can change the ammo that it shoots. Okay, that's the webbing shot. The other one is a torpor shot. Poison shot. Okay, that's pretty cool, which you can use to knock out things, by the way. And... that's pretty cool. Okay, now climbing. Okay, toggle climbing by hitting C. And then there is a symbol in the upper right there. Can it climb structures or just terrain? Let's find out. Oh, it can climb structures. Well, that's not actually an overhang, though. Come on, you should be able to get up on there. Yeah, that's just visual. Decorative. I'm sure that both of these creatures are definitely going to... I'm sure PvP right now must be an absolute mess. I could not imagine official PvP right now with these new creatures, and new metas will be emerging. I am not a PvP player myself, but it can be entertaining to watch. Okay, and then web descend. Let's see. I think they can actually go upside down. Let's try that inside here. Okay, they do fit through a gateway, regular gateway. Okay, now let's... Oh, Out of climbing mode. There you go. Now, can you climb? Oh, that gets you out of climbing mode. Oh, no. How do I get you up on the wall? You climbed the outside of the wall just fine. Okay, let's try something. Let's try another outside. See if we can climb up here. Okay, huh. There's some structure, some textures apparently that it likes, and some maybe that it doesn't. I don't know if that's the cosmetics that it likes or does. No, that it. Oh, it went over that half of a ceiling wide overhang just fine. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay, now let's see about the. Can we do the web descend thing? Hold X. Okay, do I have to continue to hold X while... Yep. Look at that. Okay, now... Oh, you have to hit left control to detach, but... web ascend with spacebar. Oh, that is creepy. Can you get back on the wall, please? Oh, whoa. There we are on the ceiling. Can we... Okay. And I think can also like grapple or something. Enable tether mode. Left click and C. Oh, whoa! I was not expecting it to jump. Okay. Left click and C. And okay, and then ascend with spacebar. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's very cool. Okay, so left click C. No, right. Left click and C. Okay, there. Sweet. It's almost like the Cosmo, but actually easier to use because, oh, because it'll latch on and then, oh, I don't like looking at the belly like that. It'll latch on and then just hang on there. Okay, left click and that. No, left click. Okay, like it'll just hang there. Whereas with a Cosmo, you have to keep holding it down. You know, I wonder how long it's going to be before somebody makes a skin for this to make it look like a Cosmo. Cosmos actually don't aggravate my arachnophobia because their legs are so short, you barely see the legs. They're just fluffy little, they're puffballs with eyes for the most part. They don't really look like spiders to me. So I'm kind of looking forward to someone making a skin that makes this guy look like a Cosmo. I think that would help some of us. Oh, I was trying to get back up there. But yeah, it does a very admirable job of traversing very complex terrain. How do I detach this again? Oh, left control. Oh, we made it. Made it back up here. Yes, exactly. A cosmetic, if you will. I agree, Emily. And yeah, Hayabusa, even though I am arachnophobic, it does seem extremely useful, and that's just traveling and traversing and getting around. We haven't even talked about how it can fight and how tame things. That's one thing I was really interested to test out. Do they? Oh, you know what? I'm in creative mode, so I'm not going to take damage anyway. But I'm curious how many shots this take. Let's see. Shoot tether mode. No, okay. Want to go like this and then hold R. Okay, and we want to use the web shot. Okay. Would you like to be our victim? No, I didn't mean to do that. Dang it. Oh, you're tethered to me now. For some reason. Disable tether mode. I did not mean to do that. How do I go back to shooting? Shoot. Oh, I have to do both of those together. That's right. Now. Shoot. No, I just want to shoot. Disable tether mode. Okay, there. Web shot. Poison. Web shot. No, we want regular web shot first. Okay. Now, both of these together. Yeah, so these can stack, and it slows it more and more the more times you stack it. Oh, sorry there, Enki. Didn't mean to hit you. Anyway, and it is wearing off. You know what? We may end up trying this on some Enkis. And then they're supposed to take it, like extra damage also. Oh, geez, that one's a 150. You know what? Let's just take out your low-level friend here. Or we might... let's just try knocking out both of them, I guess. Oh, it's stamina. He gotta... Stamina is going to be key for these guys. Because that's what the abilities depend on. So those of you who are dino breeders, you're definitely going to want to mutate Stam. Oh wow, that one killed it. Okay. Let's turn the spyglass on. Oh geez, is that one about to die? Oh, that's the 15. Okay, that's the 150, and that one's still doing fine. Okay. Okay, let's change to the poison shot. Man, with these guys, you might not need to trap a lot of creatures. Oh, you don't have any meat. Let's give you some and see if that'll help you stand. Yeah, usually force feeding a creature from the saddle can help a lot with making the stamina come back faster. There's a little tip. Like if you're in a place where hopping out of the saddle and then getting back in can also help. But if you're in a too dangerous a place to do that, force feeding it a little bit also makes the stamina shoot back up. Oh, you You ate all of that? Here, let's... Where's that other Inky? Did you already eat that one? It's torpor fleeing. And it's out. Wow. Yeah, and its torpor is still going up because it's keeping that topped up. Yeah, I saw somebody else testing that earlier on like a giga. That is insane. Well, just for the heck of it, let's throw some kibble in it and get our other one a friend. Okay, and I'm curious to use this for other things too, like could we use this on a flyer? How far can this shoot? Okay, does it have any kind of drop? It is a little slower, so that definitely will affect trying to aim with it. Doesn't seem like there's any considerable drop, but you just have to take into account the fact that it's slower than most projectiles. All right, let's switch to poison. It's trying to get away now. Wow, these things went from being useless. Oh, killed it. Oh, wow. These things went from being useless to being essential. And you harvest silk now when you kill creatures that are webbed. That's dang cool. Let's level your stamina. Wow, okay. Now, one other thing I wanted to try. I wanted to try on a dimorph, because that's my favorite thing to tame that has torpor that drops really fast. And you know what? Instead of going looking for it, let's fix the weather and then we'll just spawn one in. Oh, much better. Actually, let's get out of photo mode. Okay. Now, okay, you know what? For the heck of it, we'll do an aberrant one. Because why not? And let's make it, I don't know. Let's do, that's a nice lavender. Ooh, there's a good looking one. Okay. And that one, we will have it not tamed. With random stats. All right, so there we got a wild dimorph. And now poison. Oh, it's probably gonna get killed. They're still trying to fight. Don't think I'll be able to web you again because you'll just take damage. Yeah. Still continuing to go up though. We might just let it keep ticking up. But its health is ticking back up. Where are you going? Come back here. And now that's why you should bowl it before you start. These are not very fast. That's for sure. Seriously, nobody has time for your shit. Go away! Definitely can defend themselves, though. I don't have time for you guys, though. Go away! You know what? There. Now, leave me alone. I don't know where that dimorph went. I'm guessing this guy probably can be UD roared. I'm curious. This was a, I think it was a 145, wasn't it? That it? I don't think that can't be the one. Oh, no, I don't. Clear. Now. Huh. Just a couple of juveniles there. This must be it. It's all by itself. I guess it was a 150. I didn't remember it being a 150, but anyway, that's not even the right direction. It must have gotten itself killed. Yeah, that's 1,500 meters away. Nah, that's okay. All right. Well, we'll put you in my pocket. Do you have anything I want? No, not really. Take the hide, just out of habit. Hate the waste hide. Okay. So yeah, those are the new critters, and they are amazing. And yeah, both very, very well worth taming. The Araneo is free, as I was saying. The Burrowbuck is part of the new fantastic Tames DLC, which is $10 for a total of 3 creatures who will be released over the next few months. But I mean, even the Burrowbuck by itself, if you've got $10, it's really, really fun. It is a really fun creature. And then with the other ones coming as well, these are actually cheaper than the previous Fantastic Tames, which were $5 each. This one's basically buy two, get one free, I guess. But yeah, well worth it. A lot of fun. You know, one thing I did want to test with the bunny, since it has effects on building. They ate my Anki. Oh well, I didn't really need it. Okay, let's find a slightly safer spot and try out the underground tunneling thing. Apparently the thing can dig a burrow that you can actually build in, and I wanted to try what that's like. This looks like a decent-ish spot, I guess. So let's test that out. Ooh, look at that picture. They even updated the picture there. That looks horrifying. Ooh. Okay. Hey, Daysway. Welcome. Hello. Been enjoying your ARC series that you've been working on. And, yeah, if you have any questions, I know ARC is a very overwhelming game to figure out. In the beginning, it's a game unlike any other, in my opinion. It's a game that can be almost any kind of game. There's a reason why people have thousands and thousands of hours in this game. You can play it straight the way it was made to be played. You can just play straight through the maps, you know, do the survival thing, do the caves, do the boss fight. And I'm not here to give any spoilers on that, but once you've done that, the sky's the limit on this game as far as things you can do with it and challenges you can do and stuff like that. So yeah, they just released a couple of new creatures. These are not on the island though, so you won't be seeing the bunnies here, which are a paid creature anyway. The new spiders though, when you go into the caves, that's what you'll be facing. Yep, the old spiders didn't used to be nearly as freaky. They were bad enough, but these ones are worse. But I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to give you spoilers on that. Yeah. So, okay, now how does this work? I'm still trying to figure this thing out. Why don't you have any of your... Why is the bar hiding? Maybe you can use place burrow, toggle burrow tight, toggle keybind help UI. Like, where is the thing that's supposed to be in the middle of the screen above my toolbar? Is it because this thing has to be leveled up? Oh my gosh, that's adorable. How it thumps its foot like that. Oh my gosh, I love that. Is it bugged? What is going on? Is it because I'm in creative mode? I've got to drop some stuff. I don't need all of this stuff. Kind of hurts to drop it because it's stuff that would be valuable in survival, but I'm not playing in survival today, so we will drop it. Okay. Oh, you know, oh, I do still have my shotgun ammo at least. Okay, so I'm not completely defenseless. Okay. It's so weird though that I don't have special ability. Is this some kind of, I think it might be some kind of a bug. Might have to do with having been cryopotted and then thrown out again. Because it's supposed to show me what setting the dig thing is on. What is it set to dig? This one. Okay, that's a hidey hole pop-up entrance. Okay, well. One of the options should let me enter it. we go. Look at this. How insane is this? It looks like I'm going underwater again, but it's not actually water. This is wild. So yeah. I don't know what it is with this water appearance. I think it might be because the first one that I dug was close to water, and so I thought that there was water there, but this one's like way above the water, but it looks exactly the same inside. So maybe after the first one you dig, they'll all look like that. And it's acting like it's floating. What the heck is going on with you? Doesn't have an oxygen meter. Huh. Anyway, apparently you can build inside these things, but if it's going to be bugged on here anyway, I need to switch. I was going to switch to the other map. How do I exit? Okay, E. Just E to... Okay, that is cool. And it persists, so you can actually build in there. That is absolutely wild. Okay. I'm going to get back into GCM. Take one more look at my beloved castle that I'm working on in creative mode. Because I do not build stuff like this in survival. I say this a lot. I will say it again. People who look at something like this and go, oh, I only build boxes. Yeah, I start out building boxes in survival too. When resources are precious and you don't have all the engrams unlocked. Yeah, it's fine. I only build stuff that's big like this when I'm using creative mode because I don't have the patience to gather this many resources. But when you're using creative mode, you can build some pretty cool stuff. So yeah, this is my Dragonreach castle from Skyrim that I'm building in Ark. It's not done, but I love it. So, oh, and finally the sun comes out. So yes, one last look at Dragonreach. And then the sun goes away again. Right, let me get into photo mode for a second. Oh, you know what? Turn off the spyglass mod first. There. That's better. Okay. You can use photo mode to take pictures of your character, but I almost never do. I love it because you can zoom out. Get really nice screenshots of things. Hey, Waynes, welcome on in. Hello, hello. And thank you very much. See if we can change the lighting a bit. You can really change the look of a screenshot just by changing the time of day, so changing the angle of the light. And a lot of people don't know this, but the game also does have like a golden hour, like right after sunrise and right before sunset when the light looks warmer. And a lot of times you can get really good pictures around that time. Let's also try one. Oh wow, that would be silhouetted from that side, but let's see what it would look like from this side. It looks very dark and forbidding. Okay. Okay. There. Now we're going to switch maps to my event server, which is on a new mod map, which is called Scorched Reborn. If you haven't seen it, it is an awesome mod map, and I'm gonna look for a site and I'm gonna build a pyramid, and I'm excited because I have never built a pyramid before. And this is for an upcoming collab event that I'm putting together for Nitrado. Some of you may have seen the recent Trials of Olympus event. that I put together with them to showcase the update to the Astraeos DLC map. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to have a lot of awesome guests. We got Axeman, Jim Bob, Ross Clark coming, and also Sleminem and Properly Spoopy and Spacey. I just talked to her, just found her the other day. She's a younger streamer, I think, but anyway, she's got a great personality and really loves to arc. And so yeah, I invited her. She's going to be able to make it as well, it looks like. And also H is going to be there, Ross Clark's brother. And if he actually will respond to me again, Butch X3 told me verbally on stream that he could make it, but he's terrible with answering messages on Discord. And I really feel like I need to get some confirmation that, you know, like just saying verbally while he's streaming, yes, I think I can make it, is different from actually talking to me about the details. So anyway, hopefully he'll be able to make it too. Hopefully. Okay, so let's grab this one. And there's a lot of mods on here. Not all of these are going to be on here still for the event. Some of them I'm testing out. I'll probably do some of that today. I'm still trying to decide on some of the settings and the ways I'm going to set it up for the event. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on here. I'm not going to go through all of that right now. By the way, for those of you who haven't run across his content yet, make sure to go to JSway Gaming's channel and give him a subscribe, because he's doing a first ever Arc blind playthrough and it's a lot of fun. So I know us Arc players love to see people experiencing the game for the first time. Okay. I was starting to play this a little bit in survival just so I could try out the mods with the early game experience, you know, and just see how they'll affect the early game. But I'm, of course, this build that I'm doing, I'm going to be doing in creative mode. I'm not actually going to be doing a playthrough on this map. It's just mod testing. Of course. We always love to lift each other up and shout out other creators around here. Okay. What is my password again? Oh, yeah. Okay. Got the admin password in there. Now, oh, you know what? I, of course, remember now. I was going to add a... I was going to add Awesome Spyglass to this server, and I don't think I did. And this mod that is on here doesn't give me an outline. So this is an area I was thinking about possibly using for the guests to be in early game. I'm not sure, though, because of the visibility. And when, you know, when I'm putting together an event for a bunch of creators, you've got to keep in mind not just the gameplay experience, but also the visuals. So for the audience, make sure they'll have a good experience too. If people can't actually see what's going on, that's not going to help much. Okay, well, that's the first hostile creature I've actually seen down here. It's a little tame. I like the unusual terrain. The fact that it is... we've been calling this, my team of volunteers and I have been calling this area the Crack Forest. Yeah, so this is the Crack Forest, and it seems very chill. I may, if I do use it, I may have to put some spawners down here Spice it up a little bit with some more interesting creatures. We'll see about that. But anyway, yeah, if you actually fly up and out of here, and I believe this is the only way in and out in survival, is you would have to tame a flyer, because I looked all the way around the edges and could not find a cave entrance or any other way to get out of there. So you would have to either fly or grapple or build or some way to get up and out of here if you were down there. But yeah, so that's a crack underneath this massive desert in this massive desert map. So I might start them off down there. Not sure. There's some really interesting biomes on this map. Let's change the time so we can see better. Okay. So this is based on a vanilla arc map, but they've added a lot of stuff that is not on the vanilla map. So there's new biomes, new caves, new all kinds of stuff. It's like they used the original map just as a starting point. This is kind of interesting up here. I kind of want to find a spot of high ground so that the thing that I build will have a really good view. We've got a baobab tree forest down here, which is pretty cool. And I also added Scorched Additions, which is a creature mod that adds some new creatures designed just for this map, like a desert mammoth variant. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and we've got like a sulfur hot springs kind of area here. This is pretty cool. Oh, it's got mega raptors. That's scary. And a lot of arthropluras. Dung beetles. And canpros and scorpions and all kinds of nasty stuff. Yeah. Okay. So way up at the tippy top up here. What would the view from up here look like? Well, you can see several different biomes from up here. You can see the salt flats over there. And there's a really interesting Whiterun area over there. And then we have the burned out Wyvern Trench here, which I don't know if the trench is the right place to put this or not, but I want to find a place with a lot of lava and create a PvP arena where the floor is lava and force them to use things like grapples and climbing creatures and stuff like that to stay up and out of the lava while they're trying to fight each other. So that should be fun. I just have to find the right spot on the map. There may be a cave that has a nice big pool of lava somewhere. Oh, this is a cave here, it looks like. Does this cave have... No, this cave is pretty tight. I don't think this has anything that would really work as an arena. Okay, I think I've checked this out before, actually. It has 3 different elemental caverns, like ice, fire, and poison based, which could be good for some other kind of challenge potentially, but not what I'm looking for right now. I want a nice big lake of lava. Anybody got a nice lava lake anywhere for me? A lava waterfall over here. Lava fall? Not sure what you would call that. Something like that. Huh. Well, anyway. Let's check out this mountaintop. It's quite the chaos going on up here. Of course, we clear that out. Nice view of the trench. The salt flats, the sulfur. This is actually a pretty decent spot, and it's got a nice big base to it as well. I could also build it floating. That's another idea I've been considering. Since I've got modded structures on here that let me build without needing foundation support, I could literally be making it floating in midair. And that might be better. What is this? This looks like it's leading somewhere. It's like there's a ramp leading up to here. Huh, maybe not. Maybe the modder is planning on adding a cave there later or something. It just looked to me like a spot where you would expect to see a cave. We build it floating, but we could build it above, like somewhere like this or something. Oh, there we got a wyvern. Could build it actually kind of between these two things. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, Crack Forest. Hey, Bob the Builder, welcome. Hello. Yes, I am feeling better, thankfully. Yeah, I was sick for like 2 weeks. Probably exhaustion played into it a lot as well, but yeah, that sucked. I had a sore throat and headache that just would not quit. You know, what kind of creatures spawn in here? This could actually be an interesting area to drop early game players. Wonder how this would be. What is it? It almost looks like a wasp's nest or something. Oh. Yeah, there's a bunch of those. I don't know what this is. I'm picking up sand and stuff underneath it. Anyway, there's a lot of interesting new plants in here I haven't seen before. Okay, so that's one side of these confusing maze of tunnels and cracks. A few different passageways. Yeah, there's a cave up here in the original Scorched Earth, but it may not have been added yet. They may be reworking it. Oh, nope. There we go. There's the cave. Oh, wait, no, it isn't the cave. Well, the cave still might be down here somewhere. It's one of those caves that's not easy to find. Oh, this is probably, yeah, this looks like the cave. Yep. It'd be really interesting starting them out on the floor of this in PvP, having to deal with getting lost. What happened to my music? My music quit. Let's start it up again. I don't care if we're not looking at the Skyrim castle anymore. We can listen to Skyrim music again because it's good music. But yeah, that would be interesting in here for sure. It had this crack, if it's like the original Scorched Earth Canyons area, there's like 3 different exits. And okay, it spawns raptors as well. That's good to know. Yeah, this could be really interesting, I think. And if they happen to find the cave and decide to brave the cave, that'll be on them. Definitely has more interesting creatures in it, though, than that other crack area. And here's the other exit. It doesn't have any water, though. At least none that I've found so far. That could be a problem in survival. I might need to add some water sources to make it viable. Because how I'm structuring this, a big part of how I'm structuring this is I'm going to use mods and settings to let them kind of speed run the early game, but they still do have to do the early game. A lot of the events that I do, the guests are provided with everything they need in order to complete whatever mini games and challenges and stuff that I've set up. That's usually how we do events. But this time, since it's supposed to be a PvP event, and Nitrado was saying they kind of want more of a survival focus, they don't want the mods to be like the front and center main thing that people see. They want to have more of the authentic Ark survival experience in there. But at the same time, it's supposed to be only a 4-hour event, you know, so we don't have all day. So I'm going to make it possible for them to like tame creatures almost instantaneously, but they still won't be easy to knock out, especially early game. They're still going to have to make some weapons. They're going to have to level up, gather stuff. It'll be teams of 4, and they'll have to try to advance as fast as they can before their first arena match, where they will each get to choose one of their dinos to go into an arena and have a last man standing battle royale death match. And then after that, there will be a bunch of different challenges in different areas, but they need to have, you know, access to some creatures to tame, but at the same time, I'm not going to hand them easy creatures to tame. I would just assume they use more unusual and unique creatures. Like, I would not mind seeing the first arena match, seeing them come in there with Morellatops and Raptors and stuff like that. And then from there we can build up. I can drop them in another area to tame some more difficult things or stuff like that. But yeah, there's no water in here. Is there anything that at least gives cactus sap? Let's see. These might be just decorative light sources. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Oh, go away. Don't have time for your crap. Don't have time for your crap! I'm in creative mode. You're not going to be able to hurt me. Let me go into enemy invisible. And then it forgets about me. It's like, what was I doing? I can't remember what I was doing over here. Why did I come into this room? Yeah. Okay. Oh, these I think give cactus sap. Yeah, that would be something, and I do have the harvest rates quite cranked. So they could survive on cactus sap, potentially. What level are you? What kind of levels of creatures are showing up in here? Not great. The kind of the benefit, though, of this being up here... Oh, there's aim keys as well. they killed a raptor. Tankies can be quite the tanky little dudes. Because I could, this was an idea for someone, one of my volunteers said that I should build the pyramid somewhere where I can have like a secret door or something that I can drop down. I could do that from here. I could build the pyramid over the crack. That could be fun. Where is about the midpoint of it? Okay, there's an entrance on this side. It's raining in the desert. This is the one that has the gate. Okay, it's got the ruins on that side. And over on this side is the one that has the river. And then there was a third exit somewhere over here, I think. Wasn't there? I could have sworn there was another exit. Definitely could make for an interesting starter game, though. I have not seen any flyers in here, which would be good. I don't want them getting flyers too early. I have a mod on here. Actually, let me show you this. This is pretty cool. This is a mod that I just started experimenting with. I haven't used it before, but I know Raspark's familiar with it because I've seen it in some of the Dingle Cup videos that he and Vino have done. So this is Hyper's Arenas. And I can spawn in arenas, including these. Let's do the middle size, the large dome. Spawn. Okay, I'm too high. I'm gonna need to go lower down because that's the edge of it, I think. Yeah. But yeah, look, there's this massive dome. There's a gun that goes with the mod to get rid of the arenas if you don't want them. There we go. Arena Buster Pistol. That just makes it easier to get rid of them. Where did it go? I was sworn I hit the button to spawn it in. Oh, I didn't. I probably need to set who it's spawning it for or something. No, it says for me. 1. Don't use colors. Give. Oh, that's right. It doesn't look like a gun in my inventory. It looks like a dodo head for some reason. Okay. Well, this makes it easier to get rid of these because the regular red gun doesn't make it go away. Yep. And this is not working on it for some reason. Okay. Well, I can also get rid of it with the menu. Just pick that arena type and then delete. There we go. Now let's try again, but spawn it and see if I can spawn it in lower. Sure that I'm centered. Okay, let's try the Megadome. Okay, now we can't even see where it is. Let me go into Ghost. If I can get outside it. There we go. Well, yeah, that is covering quite the portion of the map. But it would probably be a good idea to do that, because that would help prevent any of the really experienced people from running off and taming a pteranodon and going and grabbing a wyvern egg super early or something like that. We keep them all together in one area of the map. I might do this slightly smaller one though. And the nice thing about the dome also is that even if they tame a flyer, they aren't able to get out of it. They can't just fly over the edge. So that makes it, hey, Evan, welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Well, you missed the earlier part of the stream. Well, to start with, I was a complete incompetent fool and streamed for like an hour without realizing that I had forgotten to click one thing that would finish the process of making me go live. And so I was streaming to nobody for an hour. And then I realized my mistake and hit the right button and actually started the stream. And then, so we looked at the new creatures, the Burrowbuck and the new Araneo TLC, and I showed off my Skyrim castle build, which I have been working on off stream. And I streamed like several weeks ago. I streamed starting that build from nothing. And then I worked on it like 12 or 15 hours since then. And so I showed where it's at now and gave a tour of that. And then we switched over to Scorched Reborn, where I'm getting ready for another event for Nitrado, where we're going to be doing a PvP event. So I'm planning that out, and I've got a build to do for that as well. And Wayne, there actually is a mod that gives Skyrim-looking armor. I mean, it's not really Skyrim, but it is Viking-looking at least. This is the... I think it's a paid cosmetic pack, but MSV something. Anyway, Viking weapon and armor cosmetics. So these are what I was wearing over on Velguero. And they are dyeable as well. Where's the pants? Just take that off. We have a hair mod on here, and so I was trying out some different looking hair. And so yeah, it may not be an exact set of armor that is in Skyrim, but it looks pretty dang Skyrim looking, if you ask me. So that's pretty cool. Right? And it also does have full body replacement cosmetics. I don't usually use those because I like having my actual character wearing the armor. But if you wanted to do those are fun because you just put that on the chest armor and it completely replaces your character mesh with a different character. So you can look, I could look like a dude if I wanted. I could look like this chick who has very different proportions. It might be because I'm a little on the short side, but to me, she looks alien because she, like, her legs and arms are just way too long and her waist is just way too tiny. It's just a little uncanny valley for me. I don't really care for that. But some people like it. This guy has very long arms too. It's like his arms are like almost to his knees. And then there's this one. This person really likes long arms, I think. Oh, wow. There's this guy. So these are kind of fun. It's just a cosmetic that you put on your chest piece and it completely replaces your character mesh. These kinds of things can also be fun, by the way, if you're playing with tribe mates. They can be fun for pranking your tribe mates. Because, of course, while they're offline and their character is unconscious in your base, you can get into their inventory and, I mean, everybody knows that you can cut their hair or dye their hair or body paint them, which is always a fun way to troll your friends. You can also put cosmetics on their armor. And the fun thing about cosmetics in Ark, for those who are not aware, like Jay, if you're still around, Ark's cosmetic system is really cool because it has this thing called dynamic downloading. So all of these cosmetics that I have, other people even if they don't have the same cosmetics pack, will still be able to see the cosmetics that I am using, as long as they have not disabled custom cosmetics, which is a thing that they can do. And for people who have slow systems or a limited amount of mod space, it's recommended that they do that. But unless they've got that disabled, what the game does is as soon as they come within render of a cosmetic that they don't own, the game will start to download in the background just a little piece of that mod, just enough to let them see the cosmetics that the other people are using, so that they can see my structure cosmetics, my armor cosmetics, whatever. So how that works out with pranking your friends is if your friends don't have this particular paid cosmetic, then when they log in, when they look in their inventory, everything will look totally normal. But then after it finishes dynamic downloading a few minutes later, all of a sudden it'll change. And next time they look at their character, they'll look different, and it'll be a little bit of a surprise, which can be a lot of fun. You can make your dude friend look like an anime girl or something like that, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I like to test out different things like this. So yeah. You can do all kinds of interesting and surprising things. You can wear hot dog pajamas, or you can wear something like this. She is very tall. There are so many fun cosmetics in this game, though. Yeah, all kinds of stuff that I was just wanting to test out. Whoa, what the? Did that make me tiny or something? Oh my gosh, it did. That's hysterical. I have never seen this before. I had not gotten around to trying this one yet. So this one makes my character into a super tiny little doll sitting on some kind of jellyfish or cloud or something. People do all kinds of crazy stuff with mods. But anyway, my actual character's hitbox, the size my character is the same when it comes to getting through cracks and stuff, I think. That is wild. Let me take that one off and switch to something else that is a little unnerving. Oh, another good one, by the way, if you want one that is free, that has Viking-looking cosmetics, is Nikatis, the creator of the Astraeos map. He has a couple of different free cosmetic sets that he has made that go along with some of his maps, Svartalfheim, and which is it's a paid mod map, but there's cosmetics meant to go along with it, and the cosmetics are free. Now, do I have this? I've got this one, which I really like, which is, it's called Nikatis and Creep Fantasy Cosmetic, I believe. Then it has armor cosmetics as well as some armor ones that look pretty cool, where you can, this is designed specifically just for female characters, which is nice because there's some cosmetic packs where they don't make a variant for female characters at all. Anyway, this one is designed just for female characters, and it's to make you look like a wood elf. You can even, on the head, you can even have pointy ears, and there's a bow cosmetic that you can put on. I'm not wearing a wingsuit right now, but if I was wearing a glider suit, I could put the quiver on that. There is also a cape, which is pretty cool. And yeah, anyway, that one is free. And I may not have the Svartalfheim armor one. This is the Svartalfheim structure cosmetics, which is also free. But I don't think I have the armor one installed anymore. I have to go through and uninstall things occasionally, otherwise I'll start it just gets a little crazy up in here with how many mods I'm always testing. So yeah. Oh, this was one I hadn't gotten around to testing yet. Yeah, this one has rubber chicken skins for weapons and tools. So there you go. If you've ever wanted your pick to look like a rubber chicken, you are in luck. So yeah. The creativity of the Ark modding community knows no bounds. Okay, so I think I like the idea of having this under a dome. I might make it a slightly smaller dome, though. I'm not entirely sure. But back into Ghost. Yes, I do. I have used the Elven mod. I actually used Elven structures quite a bit in the things that I built for the last Nitrato event that I did, the Trials of Olympus. I built some big domes and different things using Elven structures, and also my Astraeos castle. I'm using it for some things here and there, like obviously, not Astraeos, the Skyrim castle that I'm building. I'm using it in some places. I'm using like the dark wood, which I've painted to be a different color, and I'm using some of the stone textures. I'm using a bunch of different cosmetics over there on that build. I showed that off earlier in the stream. Okay, I think I'm going to build my pyramid here, and I think I will make it floating, but I'll make it out over the center of this crack. Now, somewhere in here is this cave, and I don't want to drop them right in front of the cave. I don't want to make that super easy for them to access. If they find it, they find it, but I don't want to just hand it to them. Because the caves do have some pretty dang good stuff in them. Rasclark probably knows this maze like the back of his hand. And those of you who have watched a lot of Axeman and Jim Bob's content as well, they probably also know all the maps like the back of their hand, right? They've done full playthroughs on all the maps, I'm sure, quite a few times. It's just not enough hours in the day for me to watch all of everybody's content, much as I would love to. Where is that dang cave? I want to know where it is before I start building. I think it's up on the second level somewhere. Found it before. I should have put something in front of it so I could find it again. That would have been smart. What over here? No. Now that's the same spot I keep going past. Keep going in circles in here. No, this here. Okay, this is the cave. Okay, so let me put something here to help me remember the spot. Just put that as a bit of a beacon. Okay. So that's where that cave entrance is. I think if we were to start them on kind of opposite sides of this potentially, so there's a little space between them and they're both kind of equidistant from the cave, that would be good, because it just... Since there's going to be two tribes, two teams, and I don't want to give one of them an advantage by putting them really close to the cave where they'll have an easy source of metal and crystal and stuff. So I want it to be fairly equally challenging. So I think if I build the pyramid basically above this, but I will build it up floating, I think, and then I could always build a slide. I could build two slides to send them down into their starting spot. You know, I like that idea. I think I'm gonna do that. Why do I do this to myself? I've got like less than 2 weeks before this event. Why do I do this to myself? But, you know, once you have the idea, it must be done. It just must. All right, let's grab some. I could keep it simple. I could just throw together a shack to stash them in before the event starts. But no, that would be boring. We're not going to do that. We don't do boring around here. And no, I don't need to put the engram on there. Dang it. I need to craft some of these. And I need all of the things. Give me all of the things. Is that everything that I need? I think so. I'm not going to use foundations because I'm going to be using modded ceilings instead for the foundation support. Okay, and then let me grab my pickup gun to make it easier to pick stuff up. And then got the walls, and we need the roofs. And triangle roofs and slope walls. I'm sure I'll think of other things that I'm going to need. But that's the main part of it. Oh, by the way, hi Mark, if I hadn't already said welcome on in. Do you think they will ever add or improve guilds and goblins, or is that forgotten? I really don't know. I don't know the modder behind that very well. Really, CurseForge is supposed to require them to keep their mods working, you know, and in good working order, but it seems like the enforcement on that has kind of fallen off somewhat. So yeah, I don't know what is up with that and why some mods have been allowed to be abandoned that probably should not. And I'm a little pissed as well because I wanted to try out that mod and I never got a chance to. I think I might have even bought it and then not gotten a chance to try it. Okay, I think, is that going to be high enough? You know what? No, might as well make it higher. And I wish I could get the Slide King himself, Captain Fat Dog, in here to help figure this out. But I did invite him and he wanted to come, but unfortunately, real life conflicts. That's the difficult thing with the fact that this upcoming event, it is June 2nd, which is a Tuesday. That makes it rough because, of course, a lot of people have day jobs and that's a weeknight. And there's different time zones involved too. Really, I mean, the time zones involved are the only reason why I was able to find half the guests that I was able to find. Because with it being on a Tuesday night, there are basically 3 types of people that have been able to make it so far. I invited like more than 20 different art creators. Some I've worked with before, some I have not, but those who are, you know, experienced and play PvP style at least some of the time. And I invited a few builders as well, but it's just difficult timing. Out of like 20 that I invited, I finally think that I've got 8 that have agreed. And actually more than 20. I think it was like 25 or something. But anyway, yeah, people in the UK and some parts of Europe, this potentially works for, because the timing of the event puts it in kind of early evening right after work for them, as long as we don't go too late. And some full-time creators, if this is their job, then they're more flexible as long as they don't already have a commitment that day. And then people who have just weird work schedules, you know, people who have Tuesday and Wednesday off or something like that. I've got like 1 or 2 of the guests maybe who are like that. But yeah, It has definitely been an interesting one to find guests for. So in case you're wondering, oh, why didn't you invite so-and-so? I probably did, and they just weren't able to make it. Okay, let's keep going. I want to make this really big and impressive. And I started from the middle because I think in order for it to have the type of point in the middle of the pyramid that I want, it needs to have 4 ceilings in the center so I can have that nice corner. So yeah, some of these things you got to think of when planning out a build. And I basically just used the pillars to get it started, but I don't actually need that anymore because I'm using floating ceilings. The B+ ceilings don't require foundation support, and they provide foundation support. So we will have a magical floating pyramid. So we got to start with basically a massive square. And then before I get, I'll probably do the square, and then I'll do like just the framework of how the angles on the pyramid, but then I'll need to work out the slide situation and make sure that's going to work out before I get too involved with detail. Because I wouldn't like to find out that this location isn't going to work out or something after I've put hours and hours into building. But I think that is, well, I've been trying to keep it equal on all sides. Okay. Now this doesn't look very big from a map perspective, but from a player perspective, it's actually pretty dang huge. Okay, let's see how our angles would look from here. I'm gonna need to build up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with slopes. And just for the heck of it, we're just going to use these just so we don't have to keep switching structures. And just so we know when we've reached the center, let's put pillars in the center. Okay. Okay, those match up. Oh, I just now saw your comment over on Twitch. Sorry about that, Zant. I'm not used to having to pay attention to 2 different chats because I haven't figured out how to set up the combined chat situation just yet. I am still very new to the whole Twitch thing. I have been streaming on YouTube for 4 years, but never streamed on Twitch before. but one of these days we'll finish getting all of this stuff set up. Okay, let's do this at more like this height, I think. Okay, so that's basically just a framework to help me visualize the angles and stuff. I think that will be a good size. Let's fill in just a little bit of the ceiling situation. Or roofs, not ceilings. Sure used to be a lot more complicated to make pyramids before they added this wonderful roof corner piece. No pillars needed. Wicked mod. Wish it was the norm. Can you imagine unofficial though? Seriously, there's just no way they could do that. Like, you'd have, I mean, on the official servers, even in PvE, you've got people putting down pillars to block huge swaths of the map from other people being able to build, you know, like selfishly claiming all kinds of territory that they don't even need. Can you imagine if they could also essentially claim the sky? Like, if they could put structures anywhere, and then in PvP, that would be an absolute nightmare. As it is, the only way they can build flying bases really is if they build like a Quetzal base and put it up at the sky barrier. But that at least has a little bit of vulnerability, which is necessary to balance PvP. Yeah, if people could just build metal box bases with like very little vulnerability anywhere, PvP would be basically impossible. I mean, they could have turrets on massive floating bases. I mean, as it is on Quetzal bases, they can't even put turrets on platform saddles. So, yep. Fun stuff like this is why, in my opinion, unofficial is better. Because we get to pick all this kind of fun stuff that is impossible on official. Is why you left official? Yeah, I mean, I know people who played on official for years. I know people who still play on official. I mean, it can be an interesting challenge trying to play on a highly populated server with a lot of strangers. And not all of whom are nice. Some of whom are nice, but not all of them are nice. And I mean, just for giggles, just so I could say I could, I tried official PvP for a little while. About 8 months or so after I started playing Ark, when I was kind of bored. And yeah, it was fun. The challenge of trying to, you know, trying to hide, trying not to be found, trying to tame stuff when literally anybody who sees you can just try to kill you. I mean, I finally managed to knock out a trike And some random jerk on the beach just runs up and starts punching it just so he can ruin my taming effectiveness. I mean, he's not going to tame it or anything. He's just trying to ruin it for me. Thankfully, I had a pistol that I had just gotten in a drop, so I shot him in the head and dropped him in one shot. But it was too late by then, of course. He'd ruined the taming effectiveness. And I built my nice little hidden base, but there's so many cheaters on there who all use different codes and stuff to get rid of all of the trees and bushes. You can be thinking that you're totally hidden and everything looks like a bare, barren landscape and you're just way out in the middle of everything in those people's view. So yeah, that's a no-go for me. Ooh, there's a drop point. Okay, I like that. And then I can have one slide kind of going down from each side. And drop one tribe down on this side. And the other tribe down on the other side. And we're probably going to have them operate under a flag of truce for the first 20 minutes or so, just to let them get established. And then after that, they are free to mess with each other if they want to. Okay. Do I have chastens on here? I have chastens on here, right? No, I need to make a note. Add that. That's the easiest way to make a slide. I do have a move tool though, which is another way that makes it not that challenging. I mean, someone like Captain Fat Dog is absolutely a wizard. The man is incredible and insane. I've worked with him before, and even standing right next to him in game, watching him do his thing, I could not comprehend what he was doing. It's just so complicated, some of the builds that he does, because he builds crazy stuff. Like, he's working now, his current streaming series, he's building a spiral slide, a twisty slide. And he is not using like any mods to do it, like no modded pieces at all. He still has to have foundation support. He's tilting the structures his own methods. Yeah, it's incredible stuff, but that's his thing. I love the man. I try to learn from him where I can, but I'm not going to try to be him. I like my mods. And I like to use a lot of mods and try to figure out kind of what each one does and where a good place would be to use different mods and how I can find fun ways that mods interact with each other to make things possible that in some cases neither the game developers nor any of the modders had in mind when they created the game or the mods. That's always fun. But yeah, when it comes to vanilla mechanics, there are a lot of incredible vanilla builders in this game. I am not one of them. I've done some vanilla building. You have to be a lot more patient than I am. At least if you're building something other than just a typical survival base. You're trying to build something crazy. Mark says, I'd like long ship-shaped roofs to put on mead halls. All them modders make it happen. You know, you could probably do something like that using Architect Structures, because Architect Structures has 3 different roof angles. They've got the 45-degree roof, which is the normal angle, but then they also have a steep roof and a shallow roof. And by combining those in interesting ways, you could probably come up with something that looked pretty boat-shaped. That could be fun to play around with. Okay, how do I want to do this? I think I'm just going to use Move Tool. Or I could stop and I could add chassis. No, I think I'm going to add move tool, and then the thing is, if I'm going to use move tool, I'm going to need to block it from the engrams before the actual event, because I don't want the PvP players to be using it. So let me just double check that this mod that allows me to block the engrams from within the game, yeah, it does allow me to block engrams from other mods and from vanilla as well. Okay, that's what I wanted to check, that it isn't just B+ mods. Okay. Because I don't want to give the PvP survival players access to something as insanely overpowered. Can I drop this, please? No, it's not letting me drop it because it's an admin-only thing and they don't want to risk a player finding it. There aren't any survival players on this server. This is strictly an event server. Okay. This over here for now. So if you have not seen the move tool mod before, this is a little mind-blowing, okay? Let me show you a bit of how this works. Okay, now let's see, where do we want to start? Let's start going this way. Lighting is going all funky on me. It's raining in the desert. Yeah. Okay. Okay. See, I can put a wall here. Just a normal vanilla wall. And then I can shoot it with this move tool pistol. Here, where do I want to stand? Let me stand this way. That'll make it easier. Get the angles right. And then with this move tool, I can move this thing kind of wherever I want. So I'm going to move it out a little bit, and then I'm going to go to rotate, and I'm going to let's go this way. I'm going to rotate it like so. And then this is another thing that would be completely impossible for them to use on officials. So this is never going to be part of the official game. But for creative building, you know, if you're building essentially as like an arts and crafts project, which is basically what I'm doing here, where it's not about the survival aspects of the game, I'm kind of building my own events, my own mini games and challenges within the game of Ark. It doesn't bother me to use stuff like this if it'll add to that experience. Okay, so now we have a wall that's tilted at a funky angle, and do I want to have it? I might want to have it at more of an exact 45-degree angle. Do I? It gets a little tricky though to try to remember which is which. Like, this is a wall, this is a ceiling. Oh, that's wow. Okay, it's already basically 45 degrees, which is what I wanted it to be. Good. Okay, so we'll add some more walls here. And the reason we're doing walls is because there's this thing in Ark that walls are not meant to be stood on. I mean, it seems obvious to say it, right? Like, walls are not meant to be stood on. You stand on foundations or you stand on ceilings. Sometimes you even stand on roofs, stairs, ramps. You're not meant to be able to stand on walls. That just wouldn't make any sense. And so when you tilt a wall at a different angle, it creates a slide because you can't stand on it. And so that's how we make slides. We tilt walls at funky angles in this game. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how I want to get, if I want to introduce a bit of a curve to get over there. I think I'm going to go down farther first. Oh, but we're going to need foundation support first, which is why we'll use our handy dandy modded ceilings. And now it has foundation support. Okay, just had to test it. And the interesting thing also is that in the eyes of the game, this wall is still being supported by this ceiling that it was originally snapped to. So I can't pick up that the ceiling there, or this whole thing, well, except the parts that are supported by these other ceilings. But that starter portion of it there would have collapsed because it's still connected as far as the game is concerned. Okay, now it's starting to get to where I would like to have a curve in it. I think the interesting thing is I could do something like with triangle roofs or something, but then they would be roofs, and so they would stop the sliding. It has to be walls. So I have a feeling I'm going to be using more move tool in here. Normally I'd try to find a more technical way to do it, but 2 weeks. I got 2 weeks to finish this. There just simply is not enough time. Okay. Actually, let's do this. Add another one there and tilt that one. Might be about enough. Hey, Mikey. So I'm working on the starter pyramid for the event, and then I got the idea. I decided instead of starting out in that cracked forest area that I was originally going to start them out in, I decided that it's too dark in there and too foggy. It would be difficult for visibility. And also there aren't really that many interesting creatures in there for them to tame. Very, very tame and very quiet in there. So instead, I'm going to start them off in these cracks of doom. Down in here, drop them in different areas of this, and they will be starting out in here and have to run around and advance and get XP and try to tame things and stuff. And I'm going to try to make slides for them to go down to get to their starter zone from the pyramid. So yeah, we will send them down slides to either side of this, so they will not be right next to each other. Then they're both going to be about equidistant from where this cave is located, which if they find it, metal and crystal source there. But it's a maze in there, so that should make it interesting. I was looking at the updated creatures earlier in the first part of the stream. So you missed that part, sorry. And the event, I thought you were in my, you probably muted the notifications, no worries. Life is busy, I get it. But my building team, I've been updating them about this event. We've been talking about it for a little while, but I'm doing another event for Nitrado. This one's going to be a PvP event. And so it is on June 2nd. And so coming right up. I know, adulting gets in the way. Adulting gets in the way of all of our fun. So yeah, I'm not going, I only have 2 weeks. I'm not going the Captain Fat Dog route. I'm going the cheater route here, and I'm just getting her done. So, yeah. I probably am, Mark. I'm probably going to skin it with some combination of mods. I don't usually, unless I'm specifically doing a showcase of a particular mod, I don't usually do just one mod at a time. I like to combine them and see what kind of interesting things we can come up with by combining them. So that's probably what I'll do. In addition to, there's actually a couple of different Egyptian looking mods. And in addition to those, there's also one called Ancient High-Tech Structures that I think would go along with those really well. So I'll probably use that one as well. And yeah. Okay. Sorry, I keep going so quiet. It takes a lot of focus to figure out exactly how I want to do this sometimes. Okay. All right, thank you, Waynes. Thanks for stopping by. And don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. I'd appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. All right, let's get some more foundation support in here. Yeah, well, maybe if I had more time, Mikey. I got 2 weeks, during which I also have a lot of adulting and other stuff to do. So, pyramid it is. Floating pyramid, but pyramid. I've never actually built a pyramid in Ark before either, which I know that's, you know, it's a little basic maybe, but I've never built one. And so I wanted to build one. And what better map for it than a desert map? I mean, if you want to volunteer to come over here and build me an alien spaceship, Mikey, I mean, I wouldn't say no. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I need to turn it a little bit. This way. Ah, no, not that. If you have the time, yeah, I hear you on that. 4 videos working on full-time job, relearning DaVinci Resolve and live streams. Yeah. Me too. I am so behind in videos that I'm supposed to be finishing as well. That's why I haven't been streaming as much recently, even though I wish I could. But the only reason I could justify streaming today was because, you know, I gotta do this build anyway. So I should stream it. That's why I'm not up to my ears in DaVinci Resolve today. This is going to be very messy looking, but I don't care. I mean, once I put skins on it, some of these I'll also be able to replace with smaller things to provide foundation support later on. So right now I just need to get it done. And then we'll focus on prettying it up later. Okay, let's see how it's working. Oh, I use the studio version, Mikey. Woo. Okay, so we need to, I thought that was going to be the case. We need to raise up the side from here. Yeah, the update earlier this month, yeah. Yeah, it did change a fair few things. I've been definitely spending some time on Google and hitting the YouTube tutorials and stuff to figure out where they moved stuff to. Totally lost for a bit when the update came out, finally starting to get a handle on it. Yeah, kind of same. And of course, you know, they always come out at the worst possible time when you're not at all ready for having to relearn it. Yeah, at least it wasn't like the update that StreamerBot had recently. I don't know if it was an update or if it was some kind of a glitch, but yeah, wiped all my settings that spent hours. They took me hours and hours to set up all my sound effects and everything, and just completely wiped all of it. And so that's why I don't have sound effects anymore that you guys can figure in chat. I haven't had a chance to set all that up again. So yay. Oh. You can't complain too much about a free program, but still. Well, I'm glad that you appreciate it, Mark. Oh, and just saw your earlier comment there, Mark. Not for this particular build. I probably won't be using Aaron and Crazy's Gothic Craft or Castle Craft. I might. I mean, I wouldn't completely rule it out because, I mean, Castlecraft especially works, those textures work really well in a wide variety of contexts where you wouldn't normally think of putting them. I've seen them used to make really good, even like modern looking builds, like painting the stone to look like brick and stuff. But I probably won't. I'm not planning currently on using them. Okay, let's see if that works. Ooh. All right. am building a pyramid, Hayabusa. The pyramid part will be up here. You can already see the outline of it, but I'm also building slides off the sides. And so the slide, I'm using the move tool to tilt a bunch of walls. All right, Mikey. I'll see you later. Have fun at work there. Okay, this, I'm gonna need it to... How do I want to do this? I could go for... I could like send it curving to the side and then curving back around. I think I'm probably going to do something like that. Sorry about eating on stream, but I started streaming at 10 a.m. It's almost 2 in the afternoon and I haven't had lunch or anything, so... You know what? I was thinking I could put glass skins on these later to make them invisible. Which I could do, or I could even make them look like water. Where's my glass skins? This is my best one, I think. But I could also, I should actually switch to making these out of B+ glass, because that I can actually make truly invisible. And it's not a there, and it's not even slightly visible like this is. So there's that glass, but the thing is, those who don't have that cosmetic, it wouldn't show up for them at first. They would just see the ugly metal structures at first until that loaded in. Oh, and this doesn't work on walls. Yeah, I think I'm going to switch to B+ glass walls. That was one of my old tricks in ASE, was using invisible glass. So glad there's a way to do that still in ASA. Actually, I don't need these in here anymore. Ten to 10 here in Killingsbury, England. Oh, you're in the UK. Very cool. I want to go to the UK someday. My dad's family is actually from there. My grandma had a charming English accent, actually. Which is probably why, well, that and reading a lot of literature is probably why I can tend to find myself being an interpreter sometimes between Brits and Americans on streams and stuff, because sometimes we use the same words, but they don't mean the same things. Like, who was it who said that the United States and Great Britain are two countries separated by a common language? Something like that. Okay, and then we need back to the walls. Come on. I want you to replace there. And later on, I can go back in and there's a setting where I can hide the metal frames around the glass walls and ceilings, making them truly invisible. But that makes them really hard to find when you're working on the build, so I'm not going to do that until it's basically done. It's kind of hard to work on a build when half the pieces are invisible. But yeah, I would love to go to the UK someday, mostly because I'm a massive history buff. I would love to visit some historical sites, castles, even maybe archaeological digs or something. So much awesome history there. Kind of crazy for Americans to wrap their brains around the fact that, I mean, there's probably buildings in the UK that have plumbing that's older than our country here. Oh. Oscar! Hey, Kari! Welcome, welcome. Yes, I love the B+ walls for that, the B+ glass walls, and I love the fact that they can be made truly invisible as well. So if I don't want them showing up to distract from the beauty of a build I'm working on, that is also an option. Like this, if all these walls were actually visible, it would, I don't know, it would kind of look like modern art or something. Which I want, I think I just broke something I wasn't supposed to break. Anyway, whatever. Like the pyramid up there, I want that to be the thing that's visible. I want these slides going out the sides of it to be a nice little surprise. Hey, sarcasm detector, welcome, welcome, and hello, Abby, hello, welcome, 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 raiders. I didn't see the notification coming through. Welcome. Who raided me? Who do I have to say thank you to? Yeah, my notifications are all messed up right now because Stream Elements also actually reset a whole bunch of stuff and erased a bunch of my settings. So yay for that. Yeah, I can't even see it on YouTube. It doesn't say. Huh. Well, anyway, welcome, welcome, Abby. And Kari. Sarcasm detector, thank you so much for reading. You are awesome. I very much appreciate it. And if anybody is new around here, hi, I'm Songbird, and I like to build stuff in survival games and also put together creative events in games. This is actually for an upcoming event that I'm doing for Nitrado on June 2nd. It will be a PvP event with a bunch of guests like Axeman and Ross Clark and Jim Bob and a bunch of others will be there, and should be a lot of fun. And I'm putting that together right now in the so yeah, I do building. I also do tutorials, mostly tutorials on like different mods and settings, technical issues, things I see people struggling with in the game. I like to help them out with stuff like that. And yeah. So I'd love it if you'd like to stick around and be part of the join the flock. All right. Might as well finish the outer part of the pyramid here. So we can get a sense of how it's going to look. We are on the Scorched Reborn map right now, by the way, which is where I'm going to be hosting the event. Oh, thank you, Kari. I appreciate it. That is the goal. I actually would like to become more of a professional virtual events planner. I'd like to do more stuff like this. So I'm excited that Nitrado is giving me some opportunities, because I actually used to be a real life event planner before COVID. I was a professional face painter before that. So I've been working in the parties industry for 20 years, and then kept adding on other services that I would offer as well, until I was basically doing complete party planning crazy theme parties for rich people's kids mostly. And then COVID came and put a stop to all of that for a while, and I was like, you know what? It was fun while it lasted, but it's also kind of exhausting. Like, picture your average 5-year-old, and then picture a room of 15 of them, all hyped up on adrenaline from the event, and picture yourself trying to entertain a room full of kids like that, and you can see why it was fun but exhausting. And so I decided that I needed a career change. So I do a bunch of different stuff now, but try to make a go of online events for part of it. So if you know of any game companies or creators who would like help planning a crazy over-the-top event in Ark or another sandbox survival type game, have them contact me. Okay, this pyramid's actually coming together quicker than I thought it would. Pyramid part is, it's so much easier now than it used to be before they added the ceiling corners. Ceiling corners just make it easy. Hey, kitty! My cat is complaining about being neglected. She does, my husband was laid off from his job in January and finally just got rehired at another company and just started his new job yesterday. And Kitty got very spoiled on Daddy being home all day, every day. And she is not a fan of this new schedule because she is very much a daddy's girl. So now she goes around whining and looking for him all day. There, I think booting him out the side of the pyramid to go down an invisible slide will be way more fun than just teleporting from there, right? Right? There, now that looks pretty cool. Especially once we get some skins on it. All right, let's fill in the floor. Look, this is huge inside. Let's leave an opening on the other side here for the other slide. Okay. No worries, sarcasm detector. Lurk away. Thanks so much for coming by. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you made the change. The events from Monarchy that you're in charge of and some of my favorites. The funny thing is, I have actually never been in charge of any official Monarchy events. I have done events that had a lot of people from the Monarchy as guests, but they were not official Monarchy events. Like the Extra Life thing last year, I've heard a few people say, you know, describe it as a Monarchy event. It was not. It had nothing to do with Monarchy, actually. But the Monarchy creators are a big group of art creators, so of course I'm inviting them, and I got to be part of Monarchy, one of their little half-season things. I did Monarchy season 6.5. I played in that, and that was a lot of fun. Also got to know a lot of people in there. All right. I might end up using a glass skin or something on some of the floor. I might use a few different skins, but for now, we're just gonna finish it out with some basic metal. A slide is much more fun and interactive than a teleporter. Indeed. And Abby says, that's how my mini schnauzer, mother-in-law's mini schnauzer is with me. She looks for me when I'm at work, and right now she's being a foot warmer. Aw, that's sweet. Yeah, I would love to have a dog again someday. I had one when I was a teenager and into my early 20s. But then after he passed away and after I moved out of my parents' house and stuff, I just have not had the time or the money or the space. And, you know, we're renting and it's very difficult to find a place to rent with a dog. So we've kept it to just a bunny and a cat for now. We've had more bunnies and more cats at different times. We had 2 cats and we've had up to 3 bunnies, but you know, they get old, they pass on. So right now we just have 1 of each. All right. And of course the dust thing going on. Now I kind of thinking I'll try a few different skins. But let's try like some shiny modern looking ones as well. I kind of like the idea of like a mirrored magical glass looking pyramid. Just want to see what that would look like dark shiny glass. I also have this Egyptian one. This is the main skin. This is the stone. Metal. Copper. Ooh, that could be fun. Let's try that one. Try all of these. And bricks. Tech. Egyptian tech. Yeah, that's pretty dang cool. Wicker and linen. Huh. I swear this mod has added more options since last time I looked at it. I also have the Roman structures, which some of the basic structures, just the stone texture, can be nice in other contexts. Modern wood, no. Sandy's modern one. He's got a shiny black in here. It's matte black. Was it the black marble? Might have been the dark marble. Yeah. Can try that one. Okay. And there's a few other cool marble looking ones as well in there. But the nice thing about this is I think at least these skins do not have the dust on them, because I hate the dust. It looks like I don't currently have the modern high-tech structures. I must have uninstalled that one to make room for other things. You have to get that one again. I do also have Galaxy High-Tech, which is a newer one I haven't really had a chance to play around with a ton yet. Dark metal and regular metal. So I can take a look at those. Zant said, hello Raiders. Is that for when Sarcasm Detector raided a little bit earlier? Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anybody. And Kari asks, do you by any chance have a how to use B+ informational video? I know how to do the really basic parts of the mod, but not how to use it fully. The problem is that there's so many things it has. It would be really hard to make that and not have the video be 5 hours long. It definitely would be a good idea. Also, the modder keeps adding more things to it, but I should probably do something like a, top 10 favorite features of it or something like that. That would probably be a good idea. I do love the admin features of it. I just recently discovered those. That's these icons up here in the middle of my UI. Those only show when I'm in GCM, but those have some really, really great features for server admins to be able to adjust things and do things like block engrams without leaving the game or restarting the server, which is super handy sometimes. But it does have basically all the features of the original S+, if you ever got to use S+, in Survival Evolved. But it also has some other features as well. It has a bunch of stuff that's been added that has combined features from other kinds of quality of life mods, like the foundation ceilings are in there now. And I love the fact that most structures, if it has a B+ variant, most of them, unless it's something that doesn't exist in the base game like this, most of them, you don't have to unlock a separate engram. It's just the regular metal ceiling, and then I just use R to toggle through variants until I get to the B+ version. It's just in there, and the same with the B+ fabricator and the B+ smithy and the B+ storage box and all of those kind of things. You just toggle to the B+ variant, and that way, like even when you pick up structures in a vault, you can switch them to the B+ version. They don't have to be crafted separately. I love that. I never used mods in ASE. Yeah. And Mark, I don't usually save skinning for last because I need to have an idea while I'm building of what it's supposed to look like. That just helps me a lot with figuring out kind of the plan. And so I don't usually do all of the skinning until it's done, but I like to at least try it out, at least experiment with some of the options so that I can get an idea of what I'm going to be doing. And so that's why I'm like trying out a bunch of different ones right now. And I love this. This is from Sandy, variant cycle gun. What is... Okay, there's something a little funky going on with this skin right now. I may have to show that this to the modder. Let me try. I like to help out with some mod testing here and there, because modders can't test everything. They're usually just one person. Let's try this. Because if this is doing something goofy, Sandy's going to want to know about it. Yeah. I was wondering why it was invisible. It's because it moves it to down there. Okay, let me take some screenshots to show him. Okay. All right, let's try these copper ones. Ooh, that is pretty cool. Use this to see if there's any other variants. Nope. There is for this. I like the smooth though. I was hoping this one would have one that doesn't have the frame, but it does not appear to. My music has quit again. Let's see, what other playlists do I have? I also have the Oblivion soundtrack in here. That's some great songs. And got my Tropical Vibes playlist, which is nice chill music. And got one, it is a bunch of random different sea shanties and kind of ocean sounding, maritime sounding stuff. I don't know how else to describe it. And I've got this Oblivion playlist. Music belongs to the Nord. You saying you want me to do the Skyrim playlist again for a third time, the same stream? Well, let's give it a break for at least a little while. Do some Tropical Vibes. Okay. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, it's got... Here, let me get it to Ghost so I don't have to go around to the door. Okay, so that wouldn't show through. That looks cool, how it's like seamless stone. And then this one's a different kind of seamless stone. I like this one better. This one, the texture looks more realistic. This one, it looks more like a picture of a texture to me. Uh-oh, this one's not... Oh, there, now it's showing up. Okay, that was weird. Do either of these have variants? Nope. These one... Oh, this one does. Whoa. That's interesting. Huh. It's weird how it's kind of got two patterns going on. Not sure what's up with that. Huh. And there's red. And... Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. Huh. I'll leave that there for now. 9. Egyptian tech. What does that look like? That's kind of cool. No other variants. Narnia belongs to the Fellowship. The Nords belong to Narnia. You guys. Next thing you know, you guys are going to be walking right into Mordor, right? May the Force be with you. And this is the wicker one. I'm not going to use that for this. I was just curious what it looked like. No. No, not really my vibe that I'm going for. And I was hoping that the marble, the black marble, would have one that's just like smooth black marble, but it looks like marble roof tiles, which is not what I want. This one had some good obsidian shiny structures, but they're probably going to be too elaborate. I don't know if it has any that are just simple. Oh, you know what skins I should be wearing? You should be wearing these skins, of course. That's kind of cool. That's tape can go. That is pretty sweet. Let's... And these, oh wow, look, they have like claws on them. That's kind of cool. And Anubis gloves. There. This one is free cosmetic, I do believe. I'll take the head off so I can see my character. That's pretty cool. Oh, whoa. The gloves look a little weird in first person, though. Some things are a little odd on the female character, so it could be just the female character. Where, like, my hands are invisible, but you can see some of my gloves. That's odd. Okay, this belongs to Batman. You guys are on a roll. Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. I was going to also look and see if there's any others in here that might have potential. Might as well check this one. And also this other dark marble one. This one also has a roof tile texture, though. Just want it smooth. This is doing the same funky thing. What about if I flipped it? How would it look on the inside? It might not be as noticeable on the inside. Rotate. No, isn't there just a flip? I thought there was a flip skin. Material settings. Structure shine. Oh, you can set the structure shine. That's kind of cool. All right, well, let's just try Oh, it'll just let you rotate it side to side. I'd probably have to actually flip the ceiling structures in order to check that out. So here, let me just place a couple. Yeah, they keep the original shape and just apply a different texture. Yeah. Not what I'm looking for. Now this one has some interesting. Okay, so this one is smooth black marble on the underside and black bricks on the top. That's kind of cool. I was really hoping to find like a mirrored thing. How do these look actually? You can usually do one-way glass with these. And then let's see how these look with no sides. Are they seamless? That's what I need to check, because in S Plus, yeah, which is what these are based off of, there was a seam between the two. I don't want that, but it is pretty cool that it's invisible from the other side. The thing is, I like the look of like this one, but I don't want it to blend in with the scorched earth landscape. You know, I want it to stand out. I want it to be noticeable in pictures and stuff. That's the thing with cool builds, is if they don't photograph well, then kind of what's the point? Could try ice structures. That could be interesting in the desert. Yeah, this also has roof texture. Yeah, just windows in it. I want it really shiny. Really, really super shiny. Like if I could find one that was mirrored, that's what I would probably love. You know, Astral might actually have something. Could really lean into the sci-fi. Sandy's got a new one coming out soon. Should keep your eyes peeled for that. I got to take screenshots of it the other day, but my lips are sealed. But he hired me to take screenshots for the Steam page, and it is very cool. You're gonna love it. That's kind of cool. And this one. Oh, it's got this interesting quilted pattern on the underside. Okay. This doesn't have any variants. A lot of these, a They may not have different roofs between the different pieces in this set, but he copies it over so at least you don't have to keep equipping different skins. That's kind of interesting. Thing is, I don't want it to have a massively obvious repeating pattern like that, breaking up the pyramid shape visually and distracting from it. Do it with bullet mod and paint it. I have those. I don't think I have them downloaded, but I do have the bullet sci-fi. Those are pretty cool, but I don't believe they're paintable. At least they weren't last time I checked. Just for the heck of it, let's take a look at this one. I mean, the modder might have made them paintable now or something. No, this one also has roof texture. Not roof texture. So far, this is like the closest, just seems like. Hey, Gextrix, welcome back. Oh, geez. Well, Hayabusa and Zant are riffing off of Skyrim belongs to the Nords. And now the Nords belong to Narnia, and the Fellowship belongs to the Sith, and Batman belongs to the Borg, and it's going a little nuts in here. And Borg belongs to He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Drums are dope. Cool. Use one of the mods and then paint them. Some of the mods are paintable, some are not. So if I find one where I like the texture, but I don't like the color, then I'll start playing around with paints. But first I have to find one where I like the texture. And I do like that some of these are seamless. That is one of the things that I want for sure. The closest I've come probably actually is this one, I think. Which is from Galaxy High Tech. I like that it's seamless. Or as closest to it as I've come so far. Like that's pretty sweet. And I can check if this one is paintable. And oh, that's right. I don't have ASR on here. Which do I like better, the Scribble spray painter or the B+ spray painter? I might try both. Okay. Oh, does this require me to actually put paint in it? That's one thing I like about the Architect Structures spray painter, but I don't want to have over a gigabyte mod on here just for the sake of the paint gun. Okay, this one, and this is the Scribbles painter, which goes with the mod Scribbles Better Signs, which is an awesome one. And it is a heck of a lot smaller than a gig. It is like 4 megabytes or something. It's ridiculously small. Okay. And tap and to switch to so okay. So I have to change these the regular way. Okay. Well, it does accept paint. Okay. That's cool. Okay, what color would show up the best against this landscape? But going with a little bit of color theory, on the color wheel, of course, colors that are opposite each other on the color wheel contrast the most. And then also, if they contrast in value, like darker or lighter, then they'll also stand out more. So this terrain is all orange, and blue is like the opposite of orange. Purple being pretty close or green also work really well as contrasting colors. And I might prefer to go with something like that because the thing with blue is it really visually retreats. It's hard to make it pop out. It tends to be a color that recedes. And so if I use a bright green instead, that tends to catch the eye better. Or a purple can work, especially if it's got a lot of magenta in it, so it's not mostly blue. I bet you didn't know you were going to get color theory today, but you never know what you're going to get when you come to one of my streams. Okay, that's really dark. Where is the sun? Is on this opposite dang side because of course it is. A little bit of delay sometimes in applying these, so I keep clicking twice and accidentally removing it. Okay, now what does this look like? Okay, well, very bright. What about dirt? Actually makes a good gold sometimes because it's not, yeah, see, it's more of a gold color than actual like yellow, which tends to just look like metallic yellow. That could be cool, and then maybe do a different color on the bottom. Or we could try something a little cooler. Like, what about... Seems like most things are looking a little darker than I would expect. So let's go for lighter shades and see how those look. Advanced Talk belongs to Soul Society. Hermit. Jeez, above 90? That's brutal, Gex. Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to watch a stream unless you were watching it up to your neck in a swimming pool or something. Watching on a tablet or something like that. 11 style? Oh, Elven style, I think you meant. I don't think that that's going to fit the vibe of what I'm going for here. Because the Elven stuff, it's either very elaborate or it's very rustic. It doesn't have that very clean, smooth type look that I'm mostly going for. If you look back earlier in the stream, though, I showed everybody around my Skyrim castle that I am building, Dragonreach castle from Whiterun in Ark, and I'm using Elven structures a good bit on that. Celeste. Oh, that one's pretty nice. Okay, how does it look from a distance? It might disappear against the sky, though. Let's try like cyan or crystal. I'm spoiled on the ASR spray painter. It works from a lot farther away. Cornflower. That one's really going to disappear against the sky. Green. See, that's the one that's actually labeled gold. So if you want really bright gold, that one's good. But if you want more of an old gold kind of look, I like dirt for that. Mint. Filth can also actually be a good color in some contexts. You have to ignore the names of them sometimes. Nyanza. That's a nice light green. Nice. I'll have to play around with this a lot more later, I'm sure. Figure out just the right color. Sea foam. And now we're having another storm or something. Well, at least it's not affecting visibility that much yet. Just blowing a bunch of crap around. Okay, red. Let's try some red as well. That could be really visible. I'll think on it. I may end up doing a few different things. I usually do, but now at least I know what some of my options are. I think the one I like the best so far, though, is definitely this one, and we might pop in some of these for natural light. I just wish I could get rid of the frames between them. May end up needing to switch to B+ glass or something for that. Which actually, that's one thing I should probably check. The B+ glass, does it have the right roof variant even? By triangle ceilings, I don't see triangle roofs though. No, it doesn't have the triangle roof. Okay. So the corners would be a problem. Okay, well, it is nice for adding some natural lighting. Wow, they're very reflective from the inside. And I do like that this this texture is smooth on the inside as well as the outside. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing a few things, but that's pretty cool. I like that. Ugh. Okay, so I got a good start on that. I wanted to scout out a couple other locations around the map, and there's also some mods that I needed to test out. So I have a little survival base that I built over here where I was testing mods. And got a few critters in here. And I need to turn this guy off because I don't know if his music is stream safe. But yeah, this guy is pretty cool. He plays music. So yeah, one of the mods that I was testing out, I don't know. I like it, and it would be a lot of fun for a survival playthrough. But it's over a gig. It's kind of huge, and I'm not sure if I really, if in a short little event like this, if they're going to use it enough for it to be worthwhile. So it's called Camping Ascended or something like that. Anyway, it has like tents and really cool campfire cooking station and stuff. And it's got a lot of decor as well. Like this table, and it's got dishes and stuff, but it also does have some technology that could be handy. Like there's this makeshift ice box that extends timers on things and doesn't require any spark powder or fuel, and that, yeah, it's pretty cheap to craft and unlocks at level 10. So it's got a lot of little quality of life things as well that could make it worthwhile. So I'm considering that. Oh, I had thought that all of these were from the RR Potions mod. Those are from a different one. I'm gonna have to hide a lot of engrams because I don't want them being distracted by tons and tons and tons of new stuff. I want it to be pretty obvious, like which things they're supposed to use or, you know, will help them and which ones aren't, because some of them are not very familiar with using mods, and I know it can be very overwhelming if you are not familiar with them. But yeah, here's some other stuff that goes with that camping mod. There's this barf station, which is supposed to make some early game taming food for some things. There's a drying rack, a meat spoiler, dodo cage to get dodo eggs, and this skull, which is supposed to block grass from growing back. This camping backpack. Let me check out these things. Actually, some of them I think I made last time, but then I had to get off quickly and I didn't get a chance to actually test them. Oh, it has a wooden sickle for getting more fiber early game. It's got a couple of tents. And then, oh, this is just the decor things. So there's a plate, mug, pan, whiskey bottle, raw meat, fishbone, fish, cleaver, and a placed backpack. Okay, so a bunch of different fun little deco things. Not that they're going to have time to decorate, but yeah, got some cool stuff. So yeah, especially if you were playing in survival, like I said, it'd be pretty cool. What is... Oh, I think this is supposed to make it look like... What are you doing? Oh, it's trying to snap? Is it trying to snap to this? It is confused about the foundation, I think. Anyway. Whatever. And then it's got this little tent, which is actually a bed for respawning in. Which, how much is that? Yeah, I think that's more expensive than a bed. 40 hide, 40 hide. It's about the same on hide. Oh, and oh, I'm sorry. And Gex had asked a question. I almost forgot to ask you, this song, as someone who loves to build, is there a way to fully automate your base's production so one could focus on their death loops? Yes, there is. Actually, there definitely is. There definitely are actually quite a few different mods that have features of that, including some of the mods that that I have on my cluster. And I'm sure if you asked Aaron or Snow to show you some of those kinds of features, they'd probably be happy to show you around how to use those. But there's features of B+ as well as some features of Dino Depot that help with automating things. Like with Dino Depot, of course, you can stick your dung beetle in a terminal, in a cryo, and you can throw some dinos in there and they can produce poop. And then the terminal, they can produce poop in there in cryopods, and then the dung beetle in a cryopod will convert it to fertilizer, and then the terminal can be set to automatically put that in your crop plots, so your crop plots don't run out of fertilizer. So that's really handy. You can also set it to have the creatures produce resources in their cryos. So like, you know, your snails can produce paste in there. Different creatures produce different things. They can also produce eggs, of course, for kibble. And then there's also it's a later game thing, but you're probably high enough level to unlock it. But there's a B+ thing based on an old S+ thing called what's it called? Vivarium. The Vivarium works with vanilla cryopods, a little bit similarly to how the B+ terminal works. But the interesting thing is the creatures produce different resources in the Vivarium than they do in the Dino Depot terminal. And so you can get them to produce all kinds of different resources. It's expensive to set up initially, but once you get that kind of stuff set up, especially get it set up with some of the other late game automation features. Like you can set, I really need to make a video on this sometime. I had it all set up in ASE, and I think it works the same way as it did with S Plus in ASE. But you can set up gachas, and you can have it set to feed the gachas. I had it set so that whenever this pulse would go out to get the system to do its thing, it would take seeds out of the crop plots, which produce seeds even though they're not needed, and feed the seeds to the gachas, which that's not their favorite food, but they do like it, and then they'll produce crystals, and then the gachas produce crystals, and then there's a the aggregator would pick up the crystals and send them to the crystal cracker, which is another S Plus thing, which would open the crystals, and then all of the resources from in the crystals would get automatically sorted out to all of my Dedi storages. So the only thing that I couldn't fully automate was sending out that initial pulse to make it do all this stuff. I had to have some kind of a trigger for that, so I just put a pressure plate in a part of my base where I'd be running over it a lot as I'm running around doing things. And so yeah, I was triggering that to do its thing all the time. It's kind of insane the types of things that you can do in this game. Yeah. So yeah, all of that kind of stuff is possible. Gacha Gavagers are in B+, and crystal crackers, aggregators, and I don't have any of the features of it blocked. I figure if you think it's OP, don't use it. Some people like it, they can use it. People have different amounts of time to play. So yeah, that's how it's set up on my cluster. And Mark says, sounds like you were fond of Skyrim. Me too. How did you rank Witcher Wild Hunt? Can't wait till the new one. I think I'm probably like most people in that I liked it, but I never actually got around to finishing it. And I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, I didn't get super far in the main quest because I was just having fun running around doing side quests and stuff. Oh, it's not letting me build there because there's a water vein or something, and for some reason it isn't letting me build close to those. So there's also this big tent. You can put stuff inside. I did find it annoying though when I was trying this out because it has I could put things in here, but then when I tried to access those things, it always thought I was trying to access the tent, which is annoying. And the big tent apparently also functions as a bed, which, how does that work when I'm laying on it? Whoa, increased insulation stats. I'm not visible. I don't know where I am. Oh, there. Okay, I'm laying on the ground in the middle of the tent. Okay, then. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up removing this, though, just because I don't think it's worth the amount of space that it takes up on the mod list. Okay. Very cool mod, though. Very cool for other things. Okay, what other ones did I need to test? I've got this kibble vending machine that I was going to give them access to for the event because they're not going to have time to grow a garden and make kibble the proper way. And I don't want to just give them kibble. But with this thing, they can trade metal for kibble. And I might even be able to make it cheaper because this seems a little expensive. And how much is it to actually make the vending machine? Okay, that unlocks at level 26, and it's 50 metal ingots, 10 cementing paste, and 25 crystal. Okay. I'm not sure how viable that is to do. It's super early game, but might be possible. Think about that. And then there's also this potion vending machine, which I probably would be blocking a lot of these potions that are a little OP, but I wanted them to have access to some ways to speed up potion, like speed up breeding if they want to try any very, very fast breeding, or to speed up taming. And These are a little expensive though, so I might not have to block any if they're just going to be really expensive to craft. I mean, if they want to gather the resources in a 20-minute match to be able to craft that, then I guess that's on them. But at the same time, that would also make it a little overwhelming for them to go through and try to figure out what does what. Whereas if I have just like 3 potions they could craft in this thing, they'd be more likely to actually use them, I think. So yeah, like this one instantly grows up a baby to adult. I might be better off including this for the sake of the event, but blocking all the engrams and just including some of the potions as like hidden treasure caches around for them to find. That could be fun. Might. Thinking about it. Okay, and then I've tried out. This is actually pretty useful. It doesn't last super long, but this, if you're playing in survival on Scorched Earth, getting sunstroke all the time is super annoying. This stuff, you can craft it from cactus sap, and you take it and it gives you a really increased hyperthermia insulation buff, but only for like a couple of minutes. But it could be enough to help you get through like a heat wave or something. It's cheap to make. And then I wanted to try out this GG Trank Arrow. Okay, that's the one. Let's make a bunch of these. And just a primitive bow. And let's go see how feasible it is to actually knock stuff out with that. Because I like the idea of this. I looked at a few different taming helper mods, and I like the fact that this one is just one item that unlocks at level 1, and it rapidly increases torpor as well as lowering its food, so you don't need like a separate starve potion or whatever. So yeah, sorry I missed your other message there, Mark. Okay. Let's try this out real quick. Just, oh, not that. This. Okay. What level are you? You're a 110. Oh, wow. One shot and down. That might be a little OP. Geez, that'll definitely make for insta-taming if they find creatures they want to tame. Because yeah, its food is going down super fast. I think I have like ×6 taming on here. I might want to raise that to like ×20 or something. I don't know. Because I do want them to be able to tame stuff. Hey, what level are you? Oh, out of the way, Jerboa. You're so cute. Hey, I don't know what mod it is that does this, but I was talking about this on my Discord the other night. Why is this baby sparkling? I don't know why I keep finding baby dinos that are sparkly. I don't have any dino mods on here at all. I don't have shiny dinos. I don't have any dino mods. And this, I thought it was maybe something that was marking adoptable orphans, but this one's not an orphan. Is it just marking babies in general? Because I adopted a couple orphans that were sparkling like that, but then when they finished growing up, they lost the sparkles. If anybody has any idea what that is, let me know. I don't know if it's from one of the other mods I'm using on here, or if it's a vanilla thing, or that's new, or what. Oh, what did that... I don't know what happened there. Why is it... Do I have to be in... It's acting really weird. There's an invisible rock here. Okay. That's what's going on. There is an invisible rock here. I thought the hitboxes were being weird. No, it was a stump. Okay. Yeah, one and done. Just one to knock it out. Dang. I think this could definitely make it possible to tame a ton of stuff. Oh, and sorry there, little Listro, but something I wanted to test. I also have a mod on here that's supposed to make everything a knockout tame. Which, of course, they probably wouldn't be taming Lystros, but if Lystros are a knockout tame, that means other stuff probably is too. Yep, it's a knockout tame. Okay. Let me go see if I can knock out a Heffalump in a one shot. Oh, and I don't have, I was going to add super cryo storage and I forgot. Let me, a B plus has its own integrated cryo thing, but I haven't used it very much because it was added after I got used to using super cryo storage instead. Kislingbury, England. Northampton Skinbow loves. Yes, streams arc till we die. Okay. Now, can I knock out a Heffalump in one shot? Yes. Yes, I can. Oh my gosh. Okay, anything. You can knock out anything and with one shot with these. I'm not sure about that. That'll turn the challenge into just finding creatures worth taming, but I'm not sure if it'll remove some entertainment value. Definitely would not want that. I like the making everything a knockout tame, but I'm not sure about this Trank Arrow. That might be a little too much. Okay, let me take a look at the other taming mods I've got on here that I needed to test. Okay. Oh, there's also Lily's Healing. I was going to check that one out. There's some Dino Healing pills. And medical kits. Okay. Hunger pill, medical station. Stim pill and torpor pill. Okay. Easy taming, yeah, that's the one with the GG Trank Arrow. That's the only item it adds. And there's also this one, Taming Potion. This one also has a Taming Arrow and a Taming Dart. So I wanted to check this one out. And there's Taming Meat that you can make, and oh, that was a recipe. There's the actual meat. And Taming Potion. Okay. This one, okay, that. Lecherous potions, and this was another potion when I was just looking at. I might end up removing all the potion mods. I don't know. Okay. Scrap the recipes. Oh, those don't stack. How do you craft those anyway? Narcotic, stimulant, water, stimberry, taming potion, and narcoberry. They're a little expensive, but I'm guessing it's probably a one and done sort of thing. Ooh, that's a 145. Food is draining. Do you not eat that? Or do you have to be knocked out with the other taming mod in order to want to eat that? I think these guys, are these guys actually herbivores? I can't remember if they're meat eaters or herbivores. I know they... Oh, that's working. Okay, they're herbivores. Okay, so berries work. Okay, does this have some kind of a taming thing for herbivores? Does this work on herbivores? All of them will love it. All of them? Even the herbivores? I'm suspicious of that. Here, let's try this other arrow. See how this one works. Okay, well it's... Whoa! Well, it's not an instant knockout. I really miss Awesome Spyglass. I don't have enemies invisible on here, do I? I think I turned it on. Oh no, I did turn it on. Let me turn that off. Now it sees me. Wish I could see your torpor, but I don't have awesome... Well, you know what? I have B+ Spyglass. Does it show the torpor? No, it's not giving any torpor. What? That does not appear to be working as intended. Or maybe it's just not showing up. Oh, no, it did knock it out. Yeah, it just, the spyglass wasn't accurate. Huh. Okay, oh, just went up to 102. Jeez. That's brutal, Gex. Alright, you have a good rest of your evening. Okay, I'm gonna need to get you some meat. I don't think you're gonna put up with that stuff. Yeah, do I want to do this? I'm just gonna go red gun something. If I can find anything. Okay. Okay. Taming up with this stuff. It doesn't like that taming meat. The mod may have not been updated since some really big major patch or something. It might be broken. That's one of the reasons why I always test things like this before events. Okay. Let's, all that taming meat spoiled. Let me get a little bit more of that. Since I knocked you out with the same mod, just so we can test that theory. Yeah, it should be eating. Yeah, that's not working. This mod is not working the way it is supposed to. Okay. Oh, geez, I forgot how much you guys eat. And how fast. Oh, are you kidding me? I don't have time for this crap. Just get some raw mutton. I could just get kibble, but I'm just whatever. This is what I thought of first. So we're just gonna do that. Oh, it is going up so slow. Is that because of the food drain thing? Is it still trying to drain the food? Yeah, it's still trying to go down. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Hard to tell. Huh. This one definitely does make things easy. The only question is it too easy? But, you know, if we're really trying to speed things up, that definitely would be speedrunning it, to be sure. Oh, did you run out of food or something? Yes. Let's get some of that kibble from the vending machine. Make sure that works. Because, of course, the way all of these types of things work is the kibble that's in the vending machine. It looks like regular kibble, but it's not actually. It's a modded version. So let's make sure that the modded kibble works the way it is supposed to. Get some metal to spend. A few different kinds. Alright, that should be enough, I think. Oh, what am I doing? I meant to click this. Okay. Where is it? Are you the one that... Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, wrong side of the structure. That's the problem with surrounding it with gates. Okay, you're almost tame. We're just going to throw in berries and call it good. Okay. Well, you're pretty easy to tame. Okay. Now we should try a real challenge for this thing. You want to see what's in that crazy hole in the desert? Where is it? Which crazy hole in the desert? Oh, am I still... wow, I've been inside this dome this whole time and I forgot. Okay, there's the dome. Okay, this crazy hole in the desert. Check this out. So yeah, this is something the Scorched Reborn mod adds. And then if you add the Scorched Variants mod as well, it adds a whole new variant of wyvern that are called sand wyverns, something like that. Yeah, and like they spray sand out of their mouth, which is kind of weird. But no, I didn't need to do that. And I tried these guys again. Can we knock out a wyvern in one shot? Since we've got the everything's a knockout tame mod. Yep. One and done. Wow. This will actually, you know, if we use this will make it a little bit more actually like survival of the fittest or something. You know, like in SOTF, it's very quick to tame things. So the challenge changes from being a challenge to tame them to just being a challenge to find what you want to tame. And then having the resources on hand to actually tame it. Yeah. I'm guessing you'll probably want the good stuff, right? Yes, so. Wow. These things are badass looking though, aren't they? Look at that. It's like sand with sparks in it. What level are you anyway? Come back here. 185. No, I'm just trying to stand on the saddle. Thank you. Or, come back here. Oh, there we go. Yep. One shot. So many cool mods to test. Okay. Well, I think I like that. Yeah. That gives me a really good idea of what I'm going to be trying to do. And okay, let's throw some kibble. Oh, you have milk. Okay, now I wanted to try something. This dino healing thing. Here, let's go. I gotta get out of DCM for this. And I gotta drop some of this crap. I just need some more levels into weight. I think there's a strength potion or something, isn't there? Actually, no, let's look it up in here. That'll be faster. No. No, not spawn dino, spawn items. No, that's not showing up there. Let's try in here then. It's not showing. Was it Gaia potions that had that one? Weight potion. That's the one. Let's try this. Oh, geez, I didn't mean to give myself this many of them. Okay, and it makes me thirsty, apparently. Oh, summon a tamed water creature. No, that's not what I was trying to do. Dang it. Fine. I just want to try to test out the healing stuff. I guess I just will not be riding you, and then we'll try this. Sorry there, mister, but you need to take some damage, and I don't have all day. Okay. His health is down by a couple of thousand. Okay, now large dino heal pill. 20% of max. Dang. Okay, that is quite powerful. And this is the small. Okay, I think it just provides a little. Oh, it's only 10% of the max. Okay. And this one is for humans. And there's a hunger pill, stim pill. Torpor pill increases torpidity. What? I don't know why I would want to do that, but that's a thing. Not sure how useful that would be. Okay. Okay, this medical station. How expensive are these things to craft? Are they even feasible? In a very quick little event. Okay. Rare flowers, stimulant, sap, fiber. Once again, it looks like it's the kind of thing. I don't know how hard rare mushrooms are to find on this map, though. And rare flowers. Angler gel. That's almost impossible to find on this map. So once again, this is the kind of thing that if I did include it, it wouldn't be for them to craft. It would be for me to like hide in treasure caches that for them to find. And, you know, could be a fun little bonus, maybe, possibly. I may end up just removing it though, because I can see it being really useful in survival, but not sure if it would be for my event that I'm planning. Okay. So I think we're going to stick with the easy taming mod. And this one has not been working reliably. I'm not sure why. Because it's supposed to automatically name dinos. Oh, well, occasionally it does. It's supposed to randomly give names to dinos when you tame them. I just thought it could be fun Because in a quick little PvP match thing, nobody's going to have time to name their dinos, but if they end up with a funny name, that could just be fun. So yeah, this one is Cheer Squad Chad. It looks like it's the only one that got a name, though. So it seems a little hit and miss as far as which things it actually gives names to. Which still could be kind of fun. Yeah, deathworms give angler gel, but I don't think anybody's going deathworm hunting in a 20-minute PvP match. Don't think that's really gonna be a plan. Okay. Well... I'm gonna have to get rid of that base that's there. That was just for testing stuff. But I'm happy with how this turned out. Of course, I'm gonna finish it, add details and stuff. Finish the slide situation later. I think we're at a good place here, and I think it's about time I go get myself some lunch and or dinner, since it's almost 4 o'clock and I've been streaming for 6 hours. Well, it's almost 3:30, I mean, and I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. Wow, it's been super fun though. I hope you've enjoyed this stream as much as I have. Let me see who else is streaming. Let's see. Okay. Hillbilly Willie is streaming on official Taming Araneos. That sounds like fun. Oh, and Captain Fat Dog is trying to build a way to automated knockout. Let's go raid Cap and see what kind of nonsense he's up to, huh? Fantastic Tames Season 1 giveaways. Oh, he's got giveaways as well. Definitely don't want to miss out on that. All right, well, make sure to tell Cap I said hi. I'm probably going to pop over there for a little bit as well. But yeah, thanks so much for coming and hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. I hope to see you next time. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now. And where's my button? There we go.